Chapter 13 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Having written and posted my letter to the Honourable George the following morning, I summoned Mr. Belknap Jackson, conceiving it my first duty to notify him and Mrs. Effie of my trade intentions. I also requested Cousin Egbert to be present, since he was my business sponsor. All being gathered at the Floud House, including Mrs. Belknap Jackson, I told them straight that I had resolved to abandon my social career, brilliant though it had been, and to enter trade quite as one of their middle-class Americans. They all gasped a bit at my first words, as I had quite expected them to do. But what was my surprise, when I went on to announce the nature of my enterprise, to find them not a little intrigued by it, and to discover that in their view I should not in the least be lowering myself. "Capital, capital!" exclaimed Belknap Jackson, and the ladies emitted little exclamations of similar import. "At last," said Mrs. Belknap Jackson, "we shall have a place with tone to it. The hall above will be splendid for our dinner dances, and now we can have smart luncheons and afternoon teas, and a red-coated orchestra and after-theatre suppers," said Mrs. Effie. "Only," put in Belknap Jackson thoughtfully, "he will of course be compelled to use discretion about his patrons. The rabble, of course—" He broke off with a wave of his hand, which, although not pointedly, seemed to indicate Cousin Egbert, who once more wore the hunted look about his eyes, and who sat by uneasily. I saw him wince. "Some people's money is just as good as other people's if you come right down to it," he muttered. "And Bill is out for the coin. Besides, we all got to eat, ain't we?" Belknap Jackson smiled deprecatingly, and again waved his hand, as if there were no need for words. "That rowdy bohemian set," began Mrs. Effie, but I made bold to interrupt. "There might," I said, "be awkward moments, but I had no doubt that I should be able to meet them with a flawless tact. Meantime, for the ultimate confusion of the Bohemian set of Redgap, I had to announce that the Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell would presently be with us. With him as a member of the North Side set, I pointed out, it was not possible to believe that any desirable members of the Bohemian set would longer refuse to affiliate with the smartest people. My announcement made quite all the sensation I had anticipated. Belknap Jackson, indeed, arose quickly and grasped me by the hand, echoing, "The Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell, brother of the Earl of Prinstead," with little shivers of ecstasy in his voice, while the ladies pealed their excitement incoherently with, "Really? Really? And actually coming to Redgap, the brother of a lord?" Then almost at once I detected curiously cold glances being darted at each other by the ladies. "Of course, we will be only too glad to put him up," said Mrs. Belknap Jackson quickly. "But, my dear, he will of course come to us first," put in Mrs. Effie. "Afterward, to be sure. It's so important that he should receive a favorable impression," responded Mrs. Belknap Jackson. "That's exactly why," Mrs. Effie came back with not a little obvious warmth. Belknap Jackson here caught my eye. "I dare say Ruggles and I can be depended upon to decide a minor matter like that," he said. The ladies both broke in at this, rather sputteringly, but Cousin Egbert silenced them. "Shake dice for him," he said. "Poker dice, 3 throws, aces low." "How shockingly vulgar!" hissed Mrs. Belknap Jackson. even if there were no other reason for his coming to us," remarked her husband coldly. "There are certain unfortunate associations which ought to make his entertainment here quite impossible." "If you're calling me unfortunate associations," remarked Cousin Egbert, "you want to get it out of your head right off. I don't mind telling you the judge and I get along fine together. I told him when I was in Paris and Europe to look me up the first thing if ever he come here, and he said he sure would. The judge is some mixer, believe me." "The judge," echoed the Belknap Jacksons in deep disgust. "You come right down to it, I bet a cookie he stays just where I tell him to stay," insisted Cousin Egbert. The evident conviction of his tone alarmed his hearers, who regarded each other with pained speculation. "Right where I tell him to stay, and no place else," insisted Cousin Egbert, sensing the impression he had made. "But this is too monstrous," said Mr. Jackson, regarding me imploringly. "The Honorable George," I admitted, "has been known to do unexpected things, and there have been times when he was not as sensitive as I could wish to the demands of his caste." "Bill is stalling. He knows darned well the judge is a mixer," broke in Cousin Egbert, somewhat to my embarrassment, nor did any reply occur to me. There was a moment's awkward silence, during which I became sensitive to a radical change in the attitude which these people bore to Cousin Egbert. They shot him looks of furtive but unmistakable respect, and Mrs. Effie remarked, almost with tenderness, "We must admit that Cousin Egbert has a certain way with him. I dare say Flood and I can adjust the matter satisfactorily to all," remarked Belknap Jackson, and with a jaunty affectation of good fellowship he opened his cigarette case to Cousin Egbert. "I ain't made up my mind yet where I'll have him stay," announced the latter, too evidently feeling his newly acquired importance. "I may have him stay one place, then again I may have him stay another. I can't decide things like that offhand." And here the matter was preposterously left, the aspirants for this social honor patiently bending their knees to the erstwhile despised Cousin Egbert, and the latter being visibly puffed up. By rather awkward stages they came again to a discussion of the United States grill. "The name, of course, might be thought flamboyant," suggested Belknap Jackson delicately. "But I have determined," I said, "no longer to resist America, and so I can think of no name more fitting." "Your determination," he answered, "bears rather sinister implications. One may be vanquished by America, as I have been. One may even submit, but surely one may always resist a little, may not one? One need not abjectly surrender one's finest convictions, need one?" "Oh, shucks," put in Cousin Egbert petulantly. "What's the use of all that one stuff? Bill wants a good American name for his place. Me, I first thought the Bon Ton Eating House would be a kind of a nice name for it, but as soon as he said the United States Grill, I knew it was a better one. It sounds kind of grand and important." Belknap Jackson here made deprecating clucks, but not too directly towards Cousin Egbert, and my choice of a name was not further criticized. I went on to assure them that I should have an establishment quietly smart, rather than noisily elegant, and that I made no doubt the place would give a new tone to Redgap, whereat they all expressed themselves as immensely pleased, and our little conference came to an end. In company with Cousin Egbert, I now went to examine the premises I was to take over. There was a spacious corner room, lighted from the front and side, which would adapt itself well to the decorative scheme I had in mind. The kitchen with its ranges I found would be almost quite suitable for my purpose, requiring but little alteration. But the large room was, of course, atrociously impossible in the American fashion, with unsightly walls, the floors covered with American cloth of a garish pattern, and the small oblong tables and flimsy chairs vastly uninviting. As to the gross ideals of the former tenant, I need only say that he had made, as I now learned, a window display of foods, quite after the manner of a draper's window, moulds of custard set in a row, flanked on either side by pies, as the natives call their tarts, with perhaps a roast fowl or ham in the centre. Artistic vulgarity could of course go little beyond this, but almost as offensive were the abundant wall placards pathetically remaining in place. "Coffee like mother used to make," read one. Impertinently intimate this, professing a familiarity with one's people that would never do with us. "Try our Boston baked beans," pleaded another, quite abjectly, and several others quite indelicately stated the prices at which different dishes might be had. Irish stew, 25 cents. Philadelphia capon, 35 cents. Fried chicken, Maryland, 50 cents. New York fancy broil, 40 cents. Indeed, the poor chap seemed to have been possessed by a geographical mania, finding it difficult to submit the simplest viands without crediting them to distant towns or provinces. Upon Cousin Egbert's remarking that these bedizened placards would come in handy, I took pains to explain to him just how different the United States grill would be. The walls would be done in deep red. The floor would be covered with a heavy Turkey carpet of the same tone. The present crude electric lighting fixtures must be replaced with indirect lighting from the ceiling and electric candlesticks for the tables. The latter would be massive and of stained oak, my general color scheme being red and brown. The chairs would be of the same style, comfortable chairs, in which patrons would be tempted to linger. The windows would be heavily draped. In a word, the place would have atmosphere, not the loud and blaring elegance which I had observed in the smartest of New York establishments, with shrieking decorations and tables jammed together, but an atmosphere of distinction, which, though subtle, would yet impress shop assistants, plate layers, and road menders, hodmen, carters, cattle persons, in short, the middle-class native. Cousin Egbert, I fear, was not properly impressed with my plan, for he looked longingly at the wall placards. Yet he made the most loyal pretense to this effect, even when I explained further that I should probably have no printed menu, which I have always regarded as the ultimate vulgarity in a place where there are any proper relations between patrons and steward. He made one wistful, timid reference to the "try our merchant's lunch for 35 cents," after which he gave in entirely, particularly when I explained that ham and eggs in the best manner would be forthcoming at his order, even though no placard vaunted them or named their price. Advertising one's ability to serve ham and eggs, I pointed out to him, would be quite like advertising that one was a member of the Church of England. After this he meekly enough accompanied me to his bank, where he placed £1,000 to my credit, adding that I could go as much farther as I liked, whereupon I set in motion the machinery for decorating and furnishing the place, with particular attention to silver, linen, china, and glassware, all of which I was resolved should have an air of its own. Nor did I neglect to seek out the pair of blacks and enter into an agreement with them to assist in staffing my place. I had feared that the male black might have resolved to return to his adventurous life of outlawry after leaving the employment of Belknap Jackson, but I found him peacefully inclined and entirely willing to accept service with me, while his wife, upon whom I would depend for much of the actual cooking, was wholly enthusiastic, admiring especially my color scheme of reds. I observed at once that her almost exclusive notion of preparing food was to fry it, but I made no doubt that I would be able to broaden her scope, since there are, of course, things that one simply does not fry. The male black, or raccoon, at first alarmed me not a little by reason of threats he made against Belknap Jackson on account of having been shopped. He nursed an intention, so he informed me, of putting snake dust in the boots of his late employer, and so bringing evil upon him, either by disease or violence. But in this I discouraged him smartly, apprising him that the Belknap Jacksons would doubtless be among our most desirable patrons, whereupon his wife promised for him that he would do nothing of the sort. She was a native of formidable bulk, and her menacing glare at her consort, as she made this promise, gave me instant confidence in her power to control him, desperate fellow though he was. Later in the day, at the door of the silversmith's, Cousin Egbert hailed the pressman I had met on the evening of my arrival, and insisted that I impart to him the details of my venture. The chap seemed vastly interested, and his sheet the following morning published the following: The Delmonico of the West. Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles of London and Paris, for the past 2 months social favorite in Redgap's select North Side set, has decided to cast his lot among us, and will henceforth be reckoned as one of our leading businessmen. The plan of the colonel is nothing less than to give Redgap a truly elite and recherche restaurant, after the best models of London and Paris, to which purpose he will devote a considerable portion of his ample means. The establishment will occupy the roomy corner store of the Pettingill block, and orders have already been placed for its decoration and furnishing, which will be sumptuous beyond anything yet seen in our thriving metropolis. In speaking of his enterprise yesterday, the colonel remarked, with a sly twinkle in his eye, Demosthenes was the son of a cutler, Cromwell's father was a brewer, your General Grant was a tanner, and a Mr. Garfield, who held, I gather, an important post in your government, was once employed on a canal ship. So I trust that in this land of equality it will not be presumptuous on my part to seek to become the managing owner of a restaurant that will be a credit to the fastest-growing town in the state. You Americans have, continued the colonel in his dry, inimitable manner, a bewildering variety of foodstuffs, but I trust I may be forgiven for saying that you have used too little constructive imagination in the cooking of it. In the one matter of tea, for example, I have been obliged to figure in some episodes that were profoundly regrettable. Again, amid the profusion of fresh vegetables and meats, you are becoming a nation of tinned food eaters, or canned food, as you prefer to call it. This, I need hardly say, adds to your cost of living, and also makes you liable to one of the most dreaded of modern diseases, a disease whose rise can be traced to the rise of the tinned food industry. Your tin openers rasp into the tin, with the result that a fine sawdust of metal must drop into the contents, and so enter the human system. The result is perhaps negligible in a large majority of cases, but that it is not universally so is proved by the prevalence of appendicitis. Not orange or grape pips, as was so long believed, but the deadly fine rain of metal shavings must be held responsible for this scourge. I need hardly say that at the United States Grill no tinned food will be used. This latest discovery of the colonel's is important, if true. Be that as it may, his restaurant will fill a long-felt want and will doubtless prove to be an important factor in the social gaieties of our smart set. Due notice of its opening will be given in the news, and doubtless in the advertising columns of this journal. Again I was brought to marvel at a peculiarity of the American press, a certain childish eagerness for marvels and grotesque wonders. I had given but passing thought to my remarks about appendicitis and its relation to the American tinned food habit, nor, on reading the chap's screed, did they impress me as being fraught with vital interest to thinking people. In truth, I was more concerned with the comparison of myself to a restaurateur of the crude new city of New York, which might belittle rather than distinguish me, I suspected. But what was my astonishment to perceive in the course of a few days that I had created rather a sensation, with attending newspaper publicity, which, although bizarre enough, I am bound to say contributed not a little to the consideration in which I afterward came to be held by the more serious-minded persons of Redgap. Busied with the multitude of details attending my installation, I was called upon by another press chap, representing a Spokane sheet, who wished me to elaborate my views concerning the most probable cause of appendicitis, which I found myself able to do with some eloquence, reciting, among other details, that even though the metal dust might be of an almost microscopic fineness, it could still do a mischief to one's appendix. The press chap appeared wholly receptive to my views, and after securing details of my plan to smart in Redgap with a restaurant of real distinction, he asked so civilly for a photographic portrait of myself that I was unable to refuse him. The thing was a snap taken of me one morning at Cheyne's Wotton by Higgins the butler, as I stood by his lordship's saddle-mare. It was not by any means the best likeness I have had, but there was a rather effective bit of background disclosing the driveway and the facade of the east wing. This episode I had well-nigh forgotten, when on the following Sunday I found the thing emblazoned across a page of the Spokane sheet under a shrieking headline, "Can Opener Blamed for Appendicitis." A secondary heading ran, "Famous British sportsman and bon vivant advances novel theory." Accompanying this was a print of the photograph entitled, "Colonel Marmaduke Ruggles with his favourite hunter at his English country seat." Although the article made suitable reference to myself and my enterprise, it was devoted chiefly to a discussion of my tin-opening theory, and was supplemented by a rather snarky statement signed by a physician declaring it to be nonsense. I thought the fellow might have chosen his words with more care, but again dismissed the matter from my mind. Yet this was not to be the last of it. In due time came a New York sheet with a most extraordinary page. "Titled Englishman Learns Cause of Appendicitis," read the heading in large muddy type. Below was the photograph of myself, now entitled, "Sir Marmaduke Ruggles and his favourite hunter." But this was only one of the illustrations. From the upper right-hand corner a gigantic hand, wielding a tin opener, rained a voluminous spray of metal, presumably upon a cowering wretch in the lower left-hand corner, who was quite plainly all in. There were tables of statistics showing the increase, side by side, of appendicitis and the tinned food industry, a matter to which I had devoted, said the print, years of research before announcing my discovery. Followed statements from half a dozen distinguished surgeons, each signed autographically, all but one rather bluntly disagreeing with me, insisting that the tin opener cuts cleanly, and, if not man's best friend, should at least be considered one of the triumphs of civilization. The only exception announced that he was at present conducting laboratory experiments with a view to testing my theory, and would disclose his results in due time. Meanwhile, he counselled the public to be not unduly alarmed. Of the further flood of these screeds, which continued for the better part of a year, I need not speak. They ran the gamut from serious leaders in medical journals to paid ridicule of my theory in advertisements printed by the food-tinning persons, and I have to admit that in the end the public returned to a full confidence in its tinned foods. But that is beside the point, which was that Redgap had become intensely interested in the United States grill, and to this I was not averse, though I would rather I had been regarded as one of their plain common sort, instead of the fictitious colonel which Cousin Egbert's well-meaning stupidity had foisted upon the town. The Sir Marmaduke Ruggles and his favourite hunter had been especially repugnant to my finer taste, particularly as it was seized upon by the cheap 1-6 fellow, Hobbs, for some of his coarsest humour, he more than once referring to that detestable cur of Mrs. Judson's, who had quickly resumed his allegiance to me, as my hunting pack. The other tradesmen of the town, I am bound to say, exhibited a friendly interest in my venture, which was always welcome and often helpful. Even one of my competitors showed himself to be a dead sport by coming to me from time to time with hints and advice. He was an entirely worthy person who advertised his restaurant as Bert's Place. "Go to Bert's Place for a square meal," was his favoured line in the public prints. He also, I regret to say, made a practice of displaying cooked foods in his show window, the window carrying the line in enamelled letters, "Tables reserved for ladies." Of course, between such an establishment and my own there could be little in common, and I was obliged to reject a placard which he offered me, reading, "No cheques cashed. This means you," although he and Cousin Egbert warmly advised that I display it in a conspicuous place. "Some of them dead-beats in the North Side set will put you sideways if you don't," warned the latter, but I held firmly to the line of quiet refinement which I had laid down, and explained that I could allow no such inconsiderate mention of money to be intruded upon the notice of my guests. I would devise some subtler protection against the dead beetroots. In the matter of music, however, I was pleased to accept the advice of Cousin Egbert. "Get one of them musical pianos that you put a nickel in," he counselled me, and this I did, together with an assorted repertoire of selections both classical and popular, the latter consisting chiefly of the ragging time songs to which the native Americans perform their folk dances. And now, as the date of my opening drew near, I began to suspect that its social values might become a bit complicated. Mrs. Belknap Jackson, for example, approached me in confidence to know if she might reserve all the tables in my establishment for the opening evening, remarking that it would be as well to put the correct social cachet upon the place at once, which would be achieved by her inviting only the desirable people. Though she was all for settling the matter at once, something prompted me to take it under consideration. The same evening Mrs. Effie approached me with a similar suggestion, remarking that she would gladly take it upon herself to see that the occasion was unmarred by the presence of those one would not care to meet in one's own home. Again I was non-committal, somewhat to her annoyance. The following morning I was sought out by Mrs. Judge Ballard with the information that much would depend upon my opening, and if the matter were left entirely in her hands, she would be more than glad to ensure its success. Of her also I begged a day's consideration, suspecting then that I might be compelled to ask these 3 social leaders to unite amicably as patronesses of an affair that was bound to have a supreme social significance. But as I still meditated profoundly over the complication late that afternoon, overlooking in the meanwhile an electrician who was busy with my shaded candlesticks, I was surprised by the self-possessed entrance of the leader of the Bohemian set, the Klondike person of whom I have spoken. Again I was compelled to observe that she was quite the most smartly gowned woman in Redgap, and that she marvellously knew what to put on her head. She coolly surveyed my decorations and such of the furnishings as were in place before addressing me. "I wish to engage one of your best tables," she began, "for your opening night. The 10th, isn't it? This large one in the corner will do nicely. There will be 8 of us. Your place really won't be half bad, if your food is at all possible." The creature spoke with sublime effrontery, quite as if she had not helped a few weeks before to ridicule all that was best in Redcap society. Yet there was that about her which prevented me from rebuking her, even by the faintest shade in my manner. More than this, I suddenly saw that the Bohemian set would be a factor in my trade, which I could not afford to ignore. While I affected to consider her request, she tapped the toe of a small boot with a correctly rolled umbrella, lifting her chin rather attractively, meanwhile, to survey my freshly done ceiling. I may say here that the effect of her was most compelling, and I could well understand the bitterness with which the ladies of the Onwards and Upwards Society had gossiped her to rags. Incidentally, this was my first correctly rolled umbrella, saving my own, that I had seen in North America. "I shall be pleased," I said, "to reserve this table for you. 8 places, I believe you said?" She left me as a duchess might have. She was that sort. I felt almost quite unequal to her. And the die was cast. I faced each of the 3 ladies who had previously approached me, with the declaration that I was a licensed victualler, bound to serve all who might apply. That while I was keenly sensitive to the social aspects of my business, it was yet a business, and I must therefore be in supreme control. In justice to myself, I could not exclusively entertain any faction of the North Side set, nor even the set in its entirety. In each instance I added that I could not debar from my tables even such members of the Bohemian set as conducted themselves in a seemly manner. It was a difficult situation, calling out all my tact, yet I faced it with a firmness which was later to react to my advantage in ways I did not yet dream of. So engrossed for a month had I been with furnishers, decorators, chairpersons, and others, that the time of the Honourable George's arrival drew on quite before I realized it. A brief and still snarky note had apprised me of his intention to come out to North America, whereupon I had all but forgotten him, until a telegram from Chicago or one of those places had warned me of his imminence. This I displayed to Cousin Egbert, who, much pleased with himself, declared that the Honourable George should be taken to the Floud home directly upon his arrival. "I meant to rope him in there on the start," he confided to me, "but I let on I wasn't decided yet, just to keep him stirred up. Mrs. Effie, she butters me up with soft words every day of my life, and that Jackson lad has offered me about 10,000 of them vegetable cigarettes. But I'll have to throw him down. He's the human flivver. Put him in a car of dressed beef and he'd freeze it between here and Spokane. Yes, sir, you could cut his ear off and it wouldn't bleed. I ain't going to run the judge against no such proposition like that." Of course, the poor chap was speaking his own backwoods metaphor, as I am quite sure he would have been incapable of mutilating Belknap Jackson, or even of imprisoning him in a goods van of beef. I mean to say, it was merely his way of speaking, and was not to be taken at all literally. As a result of his ensuing call upon the pressman, the sheet of the following morning contained word of the Honourable George's coming, the facts being not garbled more than was usual with this chap. Redgap's notable guest. En route for our thriving metropolis is a personage no less distinguished than the Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell, only brother and next in line of succession to his lordship the Earl of Brinstead, the well-known British peer of London, England. Our noble visitor will be the house guest of Senator and Mrs. J.K. Flood at their palatial residence on Ophir Avenue, where he will be extensively entertained, particularly by our esteemed fellow townsman Egbert G. Floud, with whom he recently hobnobbed during the latter's stay in Paris, France. His advent will doubtless prelude a season of unparalleled gaiety, particularly as Mr. Egbert Floud assures us that the judge, as he affectionately calls him, is sure some mixer. If this be true, the gentleman has selected a community where his talent will find ample scope, and we bespeak for his lordship a hearty welcome. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Part 1 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part 1. I must do Cousin Egbert the justice to say that he showed a due sense of his responsibility in meeting the Honourable George. By general consent, the honour had seemed to fall to him, both the Belknap Jacksons and Mrs. Effie rather timidly conceding his claim that the distinguished guest would prefer it so. Indeed, Cousin Egbert had been loudly arrogant in the matter, speaking largely of his European intimacy with the judge, until, as he confided to me, he had them all bisoned, or, I believe, buffaloed is the term he used, referring to the big game animal that has been swept from the American savannas. At all events, no one further questioned his right to be at the station when the Honourable George arrived, and for the first time almost since his own homecoming, he got himself up with some attention to detail. If left to himself, I dare say he would have donned frock-coat and top hat. But at my suggestion he chose his smartest lounge suit, and I took pains to see that the minor details of hat, boots, hose, gloves, etc. were studiously correct, without being at all assertive. For my own part, I was also at some pains with my attire, going consciously a bit further with details than Cousin Egbert, thinking it best the Honourable George should at once observe a change in my bearing and social consequence, so that nothing in his manner toward me might embarrassingly publish our former relations. The stick, gloves, and monocle would achieve this for the moment, and once alone I meant to tell him straight that all was over between us as master and man, we having passed out of each other's lives in that respect. If necessary, I meant to read to him certain passages from the so-called Declaration of Independence, and to show him the fateful little card I had found, which would acquaint him, I made no doubt, with the great change that had come upon me, after which our intimacy would rest solely upon the mutual esteem which I knew to exist between us. I mean to say, it would never have done for one moment at home, but finding ourselves together in this wild and lawless country, we would neither of us try to resist America, but face each other as one equal native to another. Waiting on the station platform with Cousin Egbert, he confided to the loungers there that he was come to meet his friend Judge Basingwell, whereat all betrayed a friendly interest, although they were not at all persons that mattered, being of the semi-leisured class who each day went down, as they put it, to see number 6 go through. There was thus a rather tense air of expectancy when the train pulled in. From one of the Pullman night coaches emerged the Honourable George, preceded by a blackamoor or raccoon, bearing bags and bundles, and followed by another uniformed raccoon and a white guard, also bearing bags and bundles, and all betraying a marked anxiety. One glance at the Honourable George served to confirm certain fears I had suffered regarding his appearance. Topped by a deer-stalking fore and aft cap, in an inferior state of preservation, he wore the jacket of a lounge suit, once possible, doubtless, but now demoded, and a blazered golfing waistcoat, striking for its poisonous greens, trousers from an outing suit that I myself had discarded after it came to me, and boots of an extremely shocking character. His cravat I have not the heart to speak, but I may mention that all his garments were quite horrid with wrinkles, and seemed to have been slept in repeatedly. Cousin Egbert at once rushed forward to greet his guest, while I busied myself in receiving the hand luggage, wishing to have our guest effaced from the scene and secluded with all possible speed. There were 3 battered handbags, 2 rolls of travelling rugs, a stick case, a dispatch case, a pair of binoculars, a hat box, a top coat, a storm coat, a portfolio of correspondence materials, a camera, a medicine case, some of these lacking either strap or handle. The attendants all emitted hearty sighs of relief when these articles had been deposited upon the platform. Without being told, I divined that the Honourable George had greatly worried them during the long journey with his fretful demands for service, and I tipped them handsomely while he was still engaged with Cousin Egbert and the latter's station-lounging friends, to whom he was being presented. At last, observing me, he came forward, but halted on surveying the luggage, and screamed hoarsely to the last attendant who was now boarding the train. The latter vanished, but reappeared as the train moved off, with 2 more articles, a vacuum night flask and a tin of charcoal biscuits, the absence of which had been swiftly detected by their owner. It was at that moment that one of the loungers nearby made a peculiar observation. "Gee," said he to a native beside him, "it must take an awful lot of trouble to be an Englishman." At the moment this seemed to me to be pregnant with meaning, though doubtless it was because I had so long been a resident of the North American wilds. Again the Honourable George approached me and grasped my hand before certain details of my attire, and I fancy a certain change in my bearing attracted his notice. Perhaps it was the single glass. His grasp of my hand relaxed, and he rubbed his eyes as if dazed from a blow. But I was able to carry the situation off quite nicely, under cover of the confusion attending his many bags and bundles, being helped also at the moment by the deeply humiliating discovery of a certain omission from his attire. I could not at first believe my eyes, but was obliged to look again and again. But there could be no doubt about it. The Honourable George was wearing a single spat. I cried out at this, pointing, I fancy, in a most undignified manner, so terrific had been the shock of it, and what was my amazement to hear him say, "But I had only one, you silly. How could I wear 'em both when the other was lost in that bally rabbit hutch they put me in on shipboard, no bigger than a parcel's lift?" And he had too plainly crossed North America in this shocking state. Glad I was then that Belknap Jackson was not present. The others, I dare say, considered it a mere freak of fashion. As quickly as I could, I hustled him into the waiting carriage, piling his luggage about him to the best advantage, and hurrying Cousin Egbert after him as rapidly as I could, though the latter, as on the occasion of my own arrival, halted our departure long enough to present the Honourable George to the driver. "Judge, shake hands with my friend Eddie Pierce," adding, as the ceremony was performed, "Eddie keeps a good team any time you want a hack ride." "Sure, Judge," remarked the driver cordially. "Just call up Main 224 any time. Any friend of Sourdough's can have anything they want night or day." Whereupon he climbed to his box, and we at last drove away. The Honourable George had continued, from the moment of our meeting, to glance at me in a peculiar sidelong fashion. He seemed fascinated, and yet unequal to a straight look at me. He was undoubtedly dazed, as I could discern from his absent manner of opening the tin of charcoal biscuits and munching one. I mean to say, it was too obviously a mere mechanical impulse. "I say," he remarked to Cousin Egbert, who was beaming fondly at him, "how strange it all is. It's quite foreign." "The fastest-growing little town in the state," said Cousin Egbert. "But what makes it grow so silly fast?" demanded the other. "Enterprise and industries," answered Cousin Egbert loftily. "Nothing to make a dust about," remarked the Honourable George, staring glassily at the main business thoroughfare. I've seen larger towns, scores of them." "You ain't begun to see this town yet," responded Cousin Egbert loyally, and he called to the driver. "Has he, Eddie?" "Sure he ain't," said the driver-person genially. "Wait till he sees the new waterworks and the sash and blind factory." "Is he one of your gentlemen drivers?" demanded the Honourable George. "And why a blind factory?" "Oh, Eddie's good people, all right," answered the other. "And the factory turns out blinds and things." "Why turn them out?" He left this and continued. "He's like that American Johnny in London that drives his own coach to Brighton, yes? Ripping idea. Gentleman driver. But I say, you know, I'll sit on the box with him. Pull up a bit, old son." To my consternation, the driver chap halted, and before I could remonstrate, the Honourable George had mounted to the box beside him. Thankful I was we had left the main street, though in the residence avenue where the change was made, we attracted far more attention than was desirable. "Didn't I tell you he was some mixer?" demanded Cousin Egbert of me, but I was too sickened to make any suitable response. The Honourable George's possession of a single spat was now flaunted, as it were, in the face of Redgap's best families. "How foreign it all is!" he repeated, turning back to us, yet with only his side-glance for me. "But the American Johnny in London had a much smarter coach than this, and better animals too. You're not up to his class yet, old thing." "That dish-faced pinto on the off-side," remarked the driver, "can outrun anything in this town for fun, money, or marbles." "Marbles?" called the Honourable George to us. "Why marbles? Silly things. It's all bally strange. And why do your villagers stare so?" "Some little mixer, all right," murmured Cousin Egbert in a sort of ecstasy, as we drew up at the Floud home. "And yet one of them guys back there called him a typical Britisher. You bet I shut him up quick, saying a thing like that about a plumb stranger. I'd a mixed it with him right there, except I thought it was better to have things nice, and not start something the minute the judge got here." With all possible speed I hurried the party indoors, for already faces were appearing at the windows of neighbouring houses. Mrs. Effie, who met us, allowed her glare at Cousin Egbert, I fancy, to affect the cordiality of her greeting to the Honourable George. At least she seemed to be quite as dazed as he, and there was a moment of constraint before he went on up to the room that had been prepared for him. Once safely within the room, I contrived a moment alone with him, and removed his single spat, not too gently, I fear, for the nervous strain since his arrival had told upon me. "You have reason to be thankful," I said, "that Belknap Jackson was not present to witness this." "They cost 7 and 6, he muttered, regarding the one spat wistfully. "But why Belknap Jackson?" "Mr. C. Belknap Jackson, of Boston and Redgap," I returned sternly. "He does himself perfectly. To think he might have seen you in this rowdyish state!" And I hastened to seek a presentable lounge suit from his bags. "Everything is so strange," he muttered again, quite helplessly. "And why the mural decoration at the edge of the settlement? Why keep one's eye upon it? Why should they do such things? I say it's all quite monstrous, you know." I saw that indeed he was quite done for with amazement, so I ran him a bath and procured him a dish of tea. He rambled oddly at moments of things the guard on the night coach had told him of North America, of Niagara Falls and Missouri, and other objects of interest. He was still almost quite a bit dotty when I was obliged to leave him for an appointment with the raccoon and his wife to discuss the menu of my opening dinner. But Cousin Egbert, who had rejoined us, was listening sympathetically. As I left, the two were pegging it from a bottle of hunting sherry, which the Honourable George had carried in his dispatch case. I was about to warn him that he would come out spotted, But instantly I saw that there must be an end to such surveillance. I could not manage an enterprise of the magnitude of the United States Grill, and yet have an eye to his meat and drink. I resolved to let spots come as they would. On all hands I was now congratulated by members of the North Side set upon the master stroke I had played in adding the Honourable George to their number. Not only did it promise to reunite certain warring factions in the North Side set itself, but it truly bade fair to disintegrate the Bohemian set. Belknap Jackson wrung my hand that afternoon, begging me to inform the Honourable George that he would call on the morrow to pay his respects. Mrs. Judge Ballard besought me to engage him for an early dinner, and Mrs. Effie, it is needless to say, after recovering from the shock of his arrival, which she attributed to Cousin Egbert's want of taste, thanked me with a wealth of genuine emotion. Only by slight degrees then did it fall to be noticed that the Honourable George did not hold himself to be too strictly bound by our social conventions as to whom one should be pally with. Thus, on the morrow, at the hour when the Belknap Jacksons called, he was regrettably absent on what Cousin Egbert called a hack ride with the driver person he had met the day before, nor did they return until after the callers had waited the better part of 2 hours. Cousin Egbert, as usual, received the blame for this, yet neither of the Belknap Jacksons nor Mrs. Effie dared to upbraid him. Being presented to the callers, I am bound to say that the Honourable George showed himself to be immensely impressed by Belknap Jackson, whom I had never beheld more perfectly vogue in all his appointments. He became, in fact, rather moody in the presence of this subtle niceness of detail, being made conscious, I dare say, of his own sloppy lounge suit, rumpled cravat, and shocking boots, and despite Belknap Jackson's amiable efforts to draw him into talk about hunting in the shires and our county society at home, I began to fear that they would not hit it off together. The Honourable George did, however, consent to drive with his caller the following day, and I relied upon the tandem to recall him to his better self. But when the callers had departed, he became quite almost plaintive to me. "I say, you know, I shan't be wanted to pal up much with that chap, shall I? I mean to say, he wears so many clothes. They make me writhe as if I wore them myself. It won't do, you know." I told him very firmly that this was piffle of the most wretched sort, that his caller wore but the prescribed number of garments, each vogue to the last note, and that he was a person whom one must know. He responded pettishly that he vastly preferred the gentleman driver with whom he had spent the afternoon, and Sourdough, as he was now calling Cousin Egbert. "Jolly chaps, with no swank," he insisted. "We drove quite almost everywhere. Waterworks, cemetery, sash and blind factory. You know, I thought blind factory was some of their Bally-American slang for the shop of a chap who made eye-glasses and that sort of thing. But nothing of the kind. They saw up timbers there quite all over the place, and nail them up again into articles. It's all quite foreign." Nor was his account of his drive with Belknap Jackson the following day a bit more reassuring. He wouldn't stop again at the sash and blind factory, where I wished to see the timbers being sawed and nailed, but drove me to a country club, which was not in the country, and wasn't a club. Not a human there, not even a barman. Fancy a club of that sort. But he took me to his own house for a glass of sherry and a biscuit, and it wasn't so rotten. Rather a mother-in-law, I think she is. Bally old booming grenadier, topping sort, no end of fun. We palled up immensely, and I quite forgot the Jackson chap till it was time for him to drive me back to these diggings. Rather sulky he was, I fancy, uppish sort. Told him the old one was quite like old Caroline, Dowager Duchess of Clew. but couldn't tell if it pleased him. Seemed to like it, and seemed not to, rather uncertain. Asked him why the people of the settlement pronounced his name Belknap-Jackson, and that seemed to make him snarky again. I mean to say, names with hyphen marks in 'em. I'd never heard the hyphen pronounced before, but everything is so strange. He said only the lowest classes did it as a form of coarse wit, and that he was wasting himself here. Wouldn't stay another day if it were not for family reasons. Queer sort of wheeze to say hyphen in a chap's name, as if it were a word, when it wasn't at all. The old girl, though, bellower she is, perfectly top-hole, familiar with cattle, all that sort of thing. Sent away the chap's sherry and had him bring whiskey and soda. The hyphen chap fidgeted a good bit, nervous sort, I take it. Looked through a score of magazines, I dare say, when he found we didn't notice him much. Turned the leaves too fast to see anything, though. Made noises and coughed, that sort of thing. Fine old girl. Daughter, hyphen chap's wife, tried to talk to some rot about the season being well on here, and was there a good deal of society in London, and would I be free for dinner on the 9th? Silly chatter. Old girl talked sense, cattle, mines, timber, blind factory, 2-year-olds, that kind of thing. Shall see her often. Not the hyphen chap, though. Too much like one of those Bond Street milliner chap managers. Vague misgivings were beset me as to the value of the Honourable George to the North Side set. Nor could I feel at all reassured on the following day, when Mrs. Effie held an afternoon reception in his honour. That he should be unaware of the event's importance was to be expected, for as yet I had been unable to get him to take the Red Gap social crisis seriously. At the hour when he should have been dressed and ready, I found him playing at cribbage with Cousin Egbert in the latter's apartment, and to my dismay he insisted upon finishing the rubber, although guests were already arriving. Even when the game was done, he flatly refused to dress suitably, declaring that his lounge suit should be entirely acceptable to these rough frontier people, and he consented to go down at all, only on condition that Cousin Egbert would accompany him. Thereafter, for an hour, the two of them drank tea uncomfortably, as often as it was given them, and while the Honourable George undoubtedly made his impression, I could not but regret that he had so few conversational graces. How different, I reflected, had been my own entree into this county society. As well as I might, I again carried off the day for the Honourable George, endeavouring from time to time to put him at his ease. Yet he breathed an unfeigned sigh of relief when the last guest had left and he could resume his cribbage with Cousin Egbert. But he had received one impression of which I was glad, an impression of my own altered social quality, for I had graced the occasion with an urbanity which was as far beyond him as it must have been astonishing. It was now that he began to take seriously what I had told him of my business enterprise, so many of the guests having mentioned it to him in terms of the utmost enthusiasm. After my first accounts to him, he had persisted in referring to it as a tuck-shop, a sort of place where schoolboys would exchange their halfpence for toffee, sweet-cakes, and marbles. Now he demanded to be shown the premises, and was at once duly impressed, both with their quiet elegance and my own business acumen. How it had all come about, and why I should be addressed as Colonel Ruggles, and treated as a person of some importance in the community, I dare say he has never comprehended to this day. As I had planned to do, I later endeavored to explain to him that in North America persons were almost quite equal to one another, being born so. But at this he told me not to be silly, and continued to regard my rise as an insoluble part of the strangeness he everywhere encountered, even after I added that Demosthenes was the son of a cutler, that Cardinal Wolsey's father had been a pork butcher, and that Garfield had worked on a canal boat. I found him quite hopeless. "Chaps go dotty, talkin' that piffle," was his comment. At another time, I dare say I should have been rather distressed over this inability of the Honourable George to comprehend and adapt himself to the peculiarities of American life as readily as I had done. But just now I was quite too taken up with the details of my opening to give it the deeper consideration it deserved. In fact, there were moments when I confessed to myself that I did not care twopence about it. Such was the strain upon my executive faculties. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part 2. When decorators and furnishers had done their work, when the choice carpet was laid, when the kitchen and table equipments were completed to the last detail, and when the lighting was artistically correct, there was still the matter of service. As to this, I conceived and carried out what I fancy was rather a brilliant stroke, which was nothing less than to eliminate the fellow Hobbes as a social factor of even the Bohemian set. In contracting with him for my bread and rolls, I took an early opportunity of setting the chap in his place, as indeed it was not difficult to do when he had observed the splendid scale on which I was operating. At our second interview he was removing his hat and addressing me as Sir. While I have found that I can quite gracefully place myself on a level with the middle-class American, there is a serving type of our own people to which I shall eternally feel superior. The Hobbes fellow was of this sort, having undeniably the soul of a lackey. In addition to jobbing his bread and rolls, I engaged him as pantryman, and took on such members of his numerous family as were competent. His wife was to assist my raccoon cook in the kitchen. 3 of his sons were to serve as waiters, and his youngest, a lad in his teens, I installed as vestiare, garbing him in a smart uniform and posting him to relieve my gentlemen patrons of their hats and topcoats. A daughter was similarly installed as maid, and the 2 achieved an effect of smartness unprecedented in Red Gap, an effect to which I am glad to say that the community responded instantly. In other establishments it was the custom for patrons to hang their garments on hat pegs, often under a printed warning that the proprietor would disclaim responsibility in case of loss. In the one known as Bert's Place, indeed, the warning was positively vulgar. "Watch your overcoat." Of course, that sort of coarseness would have been impossible in my own place. As another important detail, I had taken over from Mrs. Judson her stock of jellies and compotes, which I had found to be of a most excellent character, and had ordered as much more as she could manage to produce, together with cut flowers from her garden for my tables. She herself, being a young woman of the most pleasing capabilities, had done a bit of charring for me, and was now to be in charge of the glassware, linen, and silver. I had found her, indeed, highly sympathetic with my highest aims, and not a few of her suggestions as to management proved to be entirely sound. Her unspeakable dog continued his quite objectionable advances to me at every opportunity, in spite of my hitting him about rather, when I could do so unobserved. But the sinister interpretation that might be placed upon this by the baser-minded was now happily answered by the circumstance of her being in my employment. Her child, I regret to say, was still grossly overfed, seldom having its face free from jam or other smears. It persisted, moreover, in twisting my name into Ruggles, which I found not a little embarrassing. The night of my opening found me calmly awaiting the triumph that was due me. As someone has said of Napoleon, I had won my battle in my tent before the firing of a single shot. I mean to say, I had looked so conscientiously after details, even to assuring myself that Cousin Egbert and the Honourable George would appear in evening dress, my last act having been to coerce each of them into purchasing varnished boots, the former submitting meekly enough, though the Honourable George insisted it was a silly fuss. At 7 o'clock, having devoted a final inspection to the kitchen, where the female raccoon was well on with the dinner, and having noted that the members of my staff were in their places, I gave a last pleased survey of my dining-room, with its smartly equipped tables, flower-bedecked, gleaming in the softened light from my shaded candlesticks. Truly, it was a scene of refined elegance, such as Redgap had never before witnessed within its own confines, and I had seen to it that the dinner, as well, would mark an epoch in the lives of these simple but worthy people. Not a heavy nor a cloying repast would they find. Indeed, the bare simplicity of my menu, had it been previously disclosed, would doubtless have disappointed more than one of my dinner-giving patronesses, but each item had been perfected to an extent never achieved by them. Their weakness had ever been to serve a profusion of neutral dishes, pleasing enough to the eye, but unedifying except as a spectacle. I mean to say, as food it was non-committal. It failed to intrigue. I should serve only a thin soup, a fish, small birds, 2 vegetables, a salad, a sweet and a savoury, but each item would prove worthy of the profoundest consideration. In the matter of thin soup, for example, the local practice was to serve a fluid of which, beyond the circumstance that it was warmish and slightly tinted, nothing of interest could ever be ascertained. My own thin soup would be a revelation to them. Again, in the matter of fish, this course with the hostesses of Redgap had seemed to be merely an excuse for a pause. I had truly sympathized with Cousin Egbert's bitter complaint. They hand you a dab of something about the size of a watch-charm with 2 strings of potato. For the first time, then, the fish course in Redgap was to be an event, an abundant portion of native fish with a lobster sauce, which I had carried out to its highest power. My birds, hot from the oven, would be food in the strictest sense of the word, my vegetables cooked with a zealous attention, and my sweet immensely appealing, without being pretentiously spectacular. And for what I believed to be quite the first time in the town, good coffee would be served. Disheartening indeed had been the various attenuations of coffee which had been imposed upon me in my brief career as a diner out among these people. Not one among them had possessed the genius to master an acceptable decoction of the berry, the bald simplicity of the correct formula being doubtless incredible to them. The blare of a motor horn aroused me from this musing, and from that moment I had little time for meditation until the evening, as the journal recorded the next morning, had gone down into history. My patrons arrived in groups, couples or singly, almost faster than I could seat them. The Hobbs lad, as vestiare, would halt them for hats and wraps, during which pause they would emit subdued cries of surprise and delight at my beautifully toned ensemble, after which, as they walked to their tables, it was not difficult to see that they were properly impressed. Mrs. Effie, escorted by the Honourable George and Cousin Egbert, was among the early arrivals, the senator being absent from town at a sitting of the House. These were quickly followed by the Belknap-Jacksons and the mixer, resplendent in purple satin and diamonds, all being at one of my large tables, so that the Honourable George sat between Mrs. Belknap-Jackson and Mrs. Effie, though he at first made a somewhat undignified essay to seat himself next the mixer. Needless to say, all were in evening dress, though the Honourable George had fumbled grossly with his cravat and rumpled his shirt, nor had he submitted to having his beard trimmed, as I had warned him to do. As for Belknap Jackson, I had never beheld him more truly vogue in every detail, and his slightly austere manner in any Red Gap gathering had never set him better. Both Mrs. Belknap Jackson and Mrs. Effie wielded their lorgnons upon the later comers, thus giving their table quite an air. Mrs. Judge Ballard, who had come to be one of my staunchest adherents, occupied an adjacent table with her family party and 2 or 3 of the younger dancing set. The Indian Tuttle, with his wife and 2 daughters, were also among the early comers, and I could not but marvel anew at the red man's histrionic powers. In almost quite correct evening attire, and entirely decorous in speech and gesture, he might readily have been thought someone that mattered, had he not at an early opportunity caught my eye and winked with a sly significance. Quite almost every one of the North Side set was present, imparting to my room a general air of distinguished smartness. And in addition there were not a few of what de Belknap Jackson had called the rabble, persons of no social value to be sure, but honest, well-mannered folk, small tradesmen, shop assistants, and the like. These plain people, I may say, I took especial pains to welcome and put at their ease, for I had resolved in effect to be one of them, after the manner prescribed by their declaration thing. With quite all of them I chatted easily a moment or 2, expressing the hope that they would be well pleased with their entertainment. I noted, while thus engaged, that Belknap Jackson eyed me with frank and superior cynicism. But this affected me quite not at all, and I took pains to point my indifference, chatting with increased urbanity with the 2 cow persons, Hank and Buck, who had entered rather uncertainly, not in evening dress to be sure, but in decent black, as befitted their stations. When I had prevailed upon them to surrender their hats to the vestiarii, and had seated them at a table for 2, they informed me in hoarse undertones that they were prepared to put a bet down on every card from soda to hock, so that I at first suspected they had thought me conducting a gaming establishment, but ultimately gathered that they were merely expressing a cordial determination to enter into the spirit of the occasion. There then entered, somewhat to my uneasiness, the Klondike woman and her party. Being almost the last, it will be understood that they created no little sensation as she led them down the thronged room to her table. She was wearing an evening gown of lustrous black, with the apparently simple lines that are so baffling to any but the expert maker, with a black picture hat that suited her no end. I saw more than one matron of the North Side set stiffen in her seat, while Mrs. Belknap Jackson and Mrs. Effie turned upon her the chilling broadside of their lorgnons. Belknap Jackson merely drew himself up austerely. The 3 other women of her party, flutterers rather, did little but set off their hostess. The 4 men were of a youngish sort, chaps in banks, chemists' assistants, that sort of thing, who were constantly to be seen in her train. They were especially reprobated by the matrons of the correct set, by reason of their deliberately choosing to ally themselves with the Bohemian set. Acutely feeling the antagonism aroused by this group, I was momentarily discouraged in a design I had half formed of using my undoubted influence to unite the warring social factions of Red Gap, even as Bismarck had once brought the warring Prussian states together in a federated Germany. I began to see that the Klondike woman would forever prove unacceptable to the North Side set. The cliques would unite against her, even if one should find in her a spirit of reconciliation, which I supremely doubted. The bustle having in a measure subsided, I gave orders for the soup to be served, and at the same time turning the current into the electric pianoforte. I had wished for this opening number something attractive yet dignified, which would, in a manner of speaking, symbolize an occasion to me, at least highly momentous. To this end I had chosen Handel's celebrated Largo, and at the first strains of this highly meritorious composition I knew that I had chosen surely. I am sure the piece was indelibly engraved upon the minds of those many dinner-givers who were for the first time in their lives realizing that a thin soup may be made a thing to take seriously. Nominally, I accepted a seat at the table with the Belknap-Jacksons and Mrs. Effie, though I apprehended having to be more or less up and down in the direction of my staff. Having now seated myself to soup, I was for the first time made aware of the curious behaviour of the Honourable George. Disregarding his own soup, which was of itself unusual with him, he was staring straight ahead with a curious intensity. A half turn of my head was enough. He sat facing the Klondike woman. As I again turned a bit, I saw that under cover of her animated converse with her table companions, she was at intervals allowing her very effective eyes to rest, as if absently, upon him. I may say now that a curious chill seized me, bringing with it a sudden psychic warning that all was not going to be as it should be. Some calamity impended. The man was quite apparently fascinated, staring with a fixed hypnotic intensity that had already been noted by his companions on either side. With a word about the soup, shot quickly and directly at him, I managed to divert his gaze, but his eyes had returned even before the spoon had gone once to his lips. The second time there was a soup stain upon his already rumpled shirt-front. Presently it became only too horribly certain that the man was out of himself, for when the fish course was served he remained serenely unconscious that none of the lobster sauce accompanied his own portion. It was a rich sauce, and the almost immediate effect of shellfish upon his complexion being only too well known to me, I had directed that his fish should be served without it, though I had fully expected him to row me for it, and perhaps create a scene. The circumstance of his blindly attacking the unsauced fish was eloquent indeed. The Belknap-Jacksons and Mrs. Effie were now plainly alarmed, and somewhat feverishly sought to engage his attention, with the result only that he snapped monosyllables at them, without removing his gaze from its mark. And the woman was now too obviously pluming herself upon the effect she had achieved. Upon us all she flashed an amused consciousness of her power, yet with a fine affectation of quite ignoring us. I was here obliged to leave the table to oversee the serving of the wine, returning after an interval to find the situation unchanged, save that the woman no longer glanced at the Honourable George. Such were her tactics. Having enmeshed him, she confidently left him to complete his own undoing. I had returned with the serving of the small birds. Observing his own before him, the Honourable George wished to be told why he had not been served with fish, and only with difficulty could he be convinced that he had partaken of this. Of course, in public places one must expect to come into contact with persons of that sort, remarked Mrs. Effie. Something should be done about it, observed Mrs. Belknap-Jackson, and they both murmured, "Creature," though it was plain that the Honourable George had little notion to whom they referred. Observing, however, that the woman no longer glanced at him, he fell to his bird, somewhat wholeheartedly, as indeed did all my guests. From every side I could hear eager approval of the repast, which was now being supplemented at most of the tables by a sound wine of the Burgundy type, which I had recommended, or by a dry champagne. Meantime, the electric pianoforte played steadily through a repertoire that had progressed from the Largo to more vivacious pieces of the American folk dance school. As was said in the press the following day, gaiety and good feeling reigned supreme, and one and all felt that it was indeed good to be there. Through the sweet and the savory the dinner progressed, the latter proving to be a novelty that the hostesses of Red Gap thereafter slavishly copied, and with the advent of the coffee ensued a noticeable relaxation. People began to visit one another's tables, and there was a blithe undercurrent of praise for my efforts to smarten the town's public dining. The Klondike woman, I fancy, was the first to light a cigarette, though quickly followed by the ladies of her party. Mrs. Belknap-Jackson and Mrs. Effie, after a period of futile glaring at her through their lorgnons, seemed to make their resolves simultaneously, and forthwith themselves lighted cigarettes. "Of course it's done in the smart English restaurants," murmured Belknap-Jackson as he assisted the ladies to their lights. Thereupon Mrs. Judge Ballard, farther down the room, began to smoke what I believe was her first cigarette, which proved to be a signal for other ladies of the Onwards and Upwards Society to do the same, Mrs. Ballard being their president. It occurred to me that these ladies were grimly bent on showing the Klondike woman that they could trifle quite as gracefully as she with the lesser vices of Bohemia. Or perhaps they wished to demonstrate to the younger dancing men in her train that the North Side set was not desolately austere in its recreation. The Honourable George, I regret to say, produced a smelly pipe, which he would have lighted, but at a shocked and cold glance from me, he put it by and allowed the mixer to roll him one of the yellow paper cigarettes from a sack of tobacco which she had produced from some secret recess of her costume. Cousin Egbert had been excitedly happy throughout the meal, and now paid me a quaint compliment upon the food. "Some eats, Bill," he called to me. "I got to hand it to you." Though what precisely it was he wished to hand me I never ascertained, for the mixer at that moment claimed my attention with a compliment of her own. "That," said she, "is the only dinner I've eaten for a long time that was composed entirely of food." This hour succeeding the repast I found quite entirely agreeable, more than one person that mattered assuring me that I had assisted Redgap to a notable advance in the finest and correctest sense of the word, and it was with a very definite regret that I beheld my guests departing. Returning to our table from a group of these who had called me to make their adieus, I saw that a most regrettable incident had occurred. Nothing less than the formal presentation of the Honourable George to the Klondike woman, and the mixer had appallingly done it. "Everything is so strange here," I heard him saying as I passed their table, and the woman echoed, "everything," while her glance enveloped him with a curious effect of appraisal. The others of her party were making much of him, I could see, quite as if they had preposterous designs of wresting him from the North Side set to be one of themselves. Mrs. Belknap-Jackson and Mrs. Effie affected to ignore the meeting. Belknap-Jackson stared into vacancy with a quite shocked expression, as if vandals had desecrated an altar in his presence. Cousin Egbert, having drawn off one of his newly purchased boots during the dinner, was now replacing it with audible groans, but I caught his joyous comment a moment later. "Didn't I tell you the judge was some mixer?" "Mixing, indeed!" snapped the ladies. A half-hour later the historic evening had come to an end. The last guest had departed, and all of my staff, save Mrs. Judson and her male child. These I begged to escort to their home, since the way was rather far and dark. The child, incautiously left in the kitchen at the mercy of the female black, had with criminal stupidity been stuffed with food, traces of almost every course of the dinner being apparent upon its puffy countenance. Being now in a stupor from overfeeding, I was obliged to lug the thing over my shoulder. I resolved to warn the mother at an early opportunity of the perils of an unrestricted diet, although the deluded creature seemed actually to glory in its corpulence. I discovered when halfway to her residence that the thing was still tightly clutching the gnawed thigh-bone of a fowl, which was spotting the shoulder of my smartest topcoat. The mother, however, was so ingenuously delighted with my success, and so full of prattle concerning my future triumphs, that I forbore to instruct her at this time. I may say that of all my staff she had betrayed the most intelligent understanding of my ideals, and I bade her good night with a strong conviction that she would greatly assist me in the future. She also promised that Mr. Barker should thereafter be locked in a cellar at such times as she was serving me. Returning through the town, I heard strains of music from the establishment known as Bert's Place, and was shocked, on staring through his show window, to observe the Honourable George and Cousin Egbert waltzing madly with the cow-persons Hank and Buck to the strains of a mechanical piano. The Honourable George had exchanged his top hat for his partner's cow-person hat, which came down over his ears in a most regrettable manner. I thought it best not to intrude upon their coarse amusement, and went on to the grill to see that all was safe for the night. Returning from my inspection some half-hour later, I came upon the two, Cousin Egbert in the lead, the Honourable George behind him. They greeted me somewhat boisterously, but I saw that they were now content to return home and to bed. As they walked, somewhat mincingly, I noticed that they were in their hose, carrying their varnished boots in either hand. Of the Honourable George, who still wore the cow-person's hat, I began now to have the gravest doubts. There had been an evil light in the eyes of the Klondike woman and her Bohemian cohorts as they surveyed him. As he preceded me, I heard him murmur ecstatically, "Such is life." End of chapter 14, part 2. Chapter 15, Part 1 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Launched now upon a business venture that would require my unremitting attention if it were to prosper, it may be imagined that I had little leisure for the social vagaries of the Honourable George, shocking as these might be to one's finer tastes. And yet, on the following morning, I found time to tell him what. To put it quite bluntly, I gave him beans for his loose behaviour the previous evening, in publicly ogling and meeting as an equal one whom one didn't know. To my amazement, instead of being heartily ashamed of his licentiousness, I found him recalcitrant. Stubborn as a mule he was, and with a low animal cunning that I had never given him credit for. "Demosthenes was the son of a cutler," said he, "and Napoleon worked on a canal boat, what? Didn't you say so yourself, you juggins, what? Fancy there being upper and lower classes among natives, what rot! And I like North America. I don't mind telling you straight, I'm going to take it up." Horrified by these reckless words, I could only say, "Noblesse oblige," meaning to convey that whatever the North Americans did, The next Earl of Brinstead must not meet persons one doesn't know, whereat he rejoined tartly that I was to stow that piffle. Being now quite alarmed, I took the further time to call upon Belknap Jackson, believing that he, if anyone, could recall the Honourable George to his better nature. He too was shocked, as I had been, and at first would have put the blame entirely upon the shoulders of Cousin Egbert. But at this I was obliged to admit that the Honourable George had too often shown a regrettable fondness for the society of persons that did not matter, especially females, and I cited the case of the typing girl and the Brixton millinery person, with either of whom he would have allied himself in marriage, had not his lordship intervened. Belknap Jackson was quite properly horrified at these revelations. "Has he no sense of noblesse oblige?" he demanded, at which I quoted the result of my own use of this phrase to the unfortunate man. Quite too plain it was that noblesse oblige would never stop him from yielding to his baser impulses. "We must be tactful, then," remarked Belknap Jackson. "Without appearing to oppose him, we must yet show him who is really who in Redgap. We shall let him see that we have standards which must be as rigidly adhered to as those of an older civilization. I fancy it can be done." Privately I fancied not, yet I forbore to say this, or to prolong the painful interview, particularly as I was due at the United States Grill. The recorder of that morning had done me handsomely, declaring my opening to have been a social event long to be remembered, and describing the costumes of a dozen or more of the smartly gowned matrons, quite as if it had been an assembly ball. My task now was to see that the grill was kept to the high level of its opening, both as a social ganglion, if one may use the term, and as a place to which the public would ever turn for food that mattered. For my first luncheon, the raccoons had prepared, under my direction, a steak and kidney pie, in addition to which I offered a thick soup and a pudding of high nutritive value. To my pleased astonishment, the crowd at midday was quite all that my staff could serve, several of the Hobbs brood being at school, and the luncheon was received with every sign of approval by the business persons who sat to it. Not only were there drapers, chemists, and shop assistants, but solicitors and barristers, bankers and estate agents, and all quite eager with their praise of my fare. To each of these I explained that I should give them but few things, but that these would be food in the finest sense of the word, adding that the fault of the American school lay in attempting a too great profusion of dishes, none of which in consequence could be raised to its highest power. So sound was my theory, and so nicely did my simple-dished luncheon demonstrate it, that I was engaged on the spot to provide the bi-monthly banquet of the Chamber of Commerce, the president of which rather seriously proposed that it now be made a monthly affair, since they would no longer be at the mercy of a hotel caterer, whose ambition ran inversely to his skill. Indeed, after the pudding, I was this day asked to become a member of the body, and I now felt that I was indubitably one of them. America and I had taken each other as seriously as could be desired. More than once during the afternoon I wondered rather painfully what the Honourable George might be doing. I knew that he had been promised to a meeting of the Onwards and Upwards Club through the influence of Mrs. Effie, where it had been hoped that he would give a talk on country life in England. At least she had hinted to them that he might do this, though I had known from the beginning that he would do nothing of the sort, and had merely hoped that he would appear for a dish of tea and stay quiet, which was as much as the North Side set could expect of him. Induced to speak, I was quite certain he would tell them straight that country life in England was silly rot, and that was all to it. Now, Not having seen him during the day, I could but hope that he had attended the gathering in suitable afternoon attire, and that he would have divined that the cattle person's hat did not coordinate with this. At 4:30, while I was still concerned over the possible misadventures of the Honourable George, my first patrons for tea began to arrive, for I had let it be known that I should specialize in this. Toasted crumpets there were, and muffins, and a tea-cake rich with plums, and tea, I need not say, which was all that tea could be. Several tables were filled with prominent ladies of the North Side set, who were loud in their exclamations of delight, especially at the finished smartness of my service, for it was perhaps now that the profoundly serious thought I had given to my silver, linen, and glassware showed to best advantage. I suspect that this was the first time many of my guests had encountered a tea-cosy, since from that day they began to be prevalent in Red Gap homes. Also, my wagon, containing the crumpets, muffins, and tea-cake, jam, and bread and butter, which I now used for the first time, created a veritable sensation. There was an agreeable hum of chatter from these early comers, when I found myself welcoming Mrs. Judge Ballard and half a dozen members of the Onwards and Upwards Club, all of them wearing what I made out to be a baffled look. From these I presently managed to gather that their guest of honour for the afternoon had simply not appeared, and that the meeting, after awaiting him for 2 hours, had dissolved in some resentment, the time having been spent chiefly in an unflattering dissection of the Klondike woman's behaviour the evening before. "He is a naughty man to disappoint us so cruelly," declared Mrs. Judge Ballard of the Honourable George, but the coquetry of it was feigned to cover a very real irritation. I made haste with possible excuses. I said that he might be ill, or that important letters in that day's post might have detained him. I knew he had been astonishingly well that morning, also that he loathed letters, and almost practically never received any. But something had to be said. "A naughty, naughty fellow," repeated Mrs. Ballard, and the members of her party echoed it. They had looked forward, rather pathetically, I saw, to hearing about country life in England from one who had lived it. I was now drawn to greet the Belknap Jacksons who entered, and to the pleasure of winning their hearty approval for the perfection of my arrangements. As the wife presently joined Mrs. Ballard's group, the husband called me to his table, and disclosed that almost the worst might be feared of the Honourable George. He was at that moment, it appeared, with a rabble of cow persons and members of the lower class, gathered at a stockade at the edge of town, where various native horses, fresh from the wilderness, were being taught to be ridden. "The wretched Floud is with him," continued my informant. "Also the Tuttle chap, who continues to be received by our best people in spite of my remonstrances, and he yells quite like a demon when one of the riders is thrown. I passed as quickly as I could. The spectacle was... Of course, I make allowances for Vane Basingwell's ignorance of our standards. It was nothing short of disgusting, a man of his position consorting with the herd." "He told me no longer ago than this morning," I said, "that he was going to take up America." "He has," said Belknap Jackson with bitter emphasis. "You should see what he has on, a cowboy hat and chaps. And the very lowest of them are calling him Judge." "He flunked a meeting of the Onwards and Upwards Society," I added. "I know. And who could have expected it in one of his lineage? At this very moment he should be conducting himself as one of his class. Can you wonder at my impatience with the West? Here, at an hour when our social life should be in evidence, when all trade should be forgotten, I am the only man in town who shows himself in a tea-room, and Vane Basingwell over there, debasing himself with our commonest sort. All at once I saw that I myself must bear the brunt of this scandal. I had brought hither the Honourable George, promising a personage who would for once and all unify the North Side set, and perhaps disintegrate its rival. I had been felicitated upon my master-stroke, and now it seemed I had come a cropper. But I resolved not to give up, and said as much now to Belknap Jackson. I may be blamed for bringing him among you, but trust me, if things are really as bad as they seem, I'll get him off again. I'll not let myself be bowled by such a silly lob as that. Trust me to devote profound thought to this problem." "We all have every confidence in you," he assured me. "But don't be too severe all at once with the chap. He might recover a sane balance even yet." "I shall use discretion," I assured him. "But if it proves that I have fluffed my catch, rely upon me to use extreme measures." "Redgap needs your best effort," he replied, in a voice that brimmed with feeling. At 5:30, my rush being over, I repaired to the neighbourhood where the Honourable George had been reported. The stockade now contained only a half-score of the untaught horses, but across the road from it was a public-house, or saloon, from which came unmistakable sounds of carousing. It was an unsavoury place, frequented only by cattle and horse persons, the proprietor being an abandoned character named Spilmer, who had once done a patron to death in a drunken quarrel. Only slight legal difficulties had been made for him, however, it having been pleaded that he acted in self-defence, and the creature had at once resumed his trade as publican. There was even public sympathy for him at the time on the ground that he possessed a blind mother, though I have never been able to see that this should have been a factor in adjudging him. I paused now before the low place, imagining I could detect the tones of the Honourable George high above the chorus that came out to me. Deciding that in any event it would not become me to enter a resort of this stamp, I walked slowly back toward the more reputable part of town, and was presently rewarded by seeing the crowd emerge. It was led, I saw, by the Honourable George. The cattle hat was still down upon his ears, and, to my horror, he had come upon the public thoroughfare with his legs encased in the chaps, a species of leathern pantalettes covered with goat's wool, a garment which I need not say no gentleman should be seen abroad in. As worn by the cow persons in their daily toil, they are only just possible, being as far from true vogue as anything well could be. Accompanying him were Cousin Egbert, the Indian Tuttle, the cow persons Hank and Buck, and 3 or 4 others of the same rough stamp. Unobtrusively I followed them to our main thoroughfare, deeply humiliated by the atrocious spectacle the Honourable George was making of himself, only to observe them turn into another public-house, entitled the Family Liquor Store, where it seemed only too certain, since the bearing of all was highly animated, that they would again carouse. At once seeing my duty, I boldly entered, finding them aligned against the American bar and clamouring for drink. My welcome was heartfelt, even enthusiastic. almost every one of them beginning to regale me with incidents of the afternoon's horse-breaking. The Honourable George, it seemed, had himself briefly mounted one of the animals, having fallen into the belief that the cow-persons did not try earnestly enough to stay on their mounts. I gathered that one experience had dissuaded him from this opinion. "That there little paint horse," observed Cousin Egbert genially, "stepped out from under the judge the prettiest you ever saw." "He sure did," remarked the Honourable George, with a palpable effort to speak the American brogue. "A most flighty beast he was, nerves all gone, I dare say a hopeless neurasthenic." And then, when I would have rebuked him for so shamefully disappointing the ladies of the Onwards and Upwards Society, he began to tell me of the public-house he had just left. "I say, you know that Spilma chap? He's a genuine murderer. He let me hold the weapon with which he did it, and he has blind relatives dependent upon him, or something of that sort. Otherwise I fancy they'd have sent him to the gallows. And, by gad, he's a witty scoundrel, what? Looking at his sign, leaving the settlement, it reads, 'Last chance,' but entering the settlement, it reads, 'First chance.' Last chance and first chance for a peg. Do you see what I mean? I tried it out, walked both ways under the sign and looked up. It worked perfectly. Enter the settlement, first chance. Leave the settlement, last chance. Do you see what I mean? Suggestive, what? Witty. You'd never have expected that murderer Johnny to be so subtle. Our own murderers aren't that way. I say, it's a tremendous wheeze. I wonder the press chaps don't take it up. It's better than the blind factory, though the chap's mother or something is blind. What ho! But that's silly. To be sure, one has nothing to do with the other. I say, have another, you chaps. I've not felt so fit in ages. I'm going to take up America." Plainly it was no occasion to use serious words to the man. He slapped his companions smartly on their backs, and was slapped in turn by all of them. One or two of them called him an old horse. Not only was I doing no good for the North Side set, but I had felt obliged to consume 2 glasses of spirits that I did not wish. So I discreetly withdrew. As I went, the Honourable George was again telling them that he was going in for North America, and Cousin Egbert was calling, "3 rousing cheers!" Thus luridly began, I may say, a scandal that was to be far-reaching in its dreadful effects. Far from feeling a proper shame on the following day, the Honourable George was as pleased as Punch with himself, declaring his intention of again consorting with the cattle and horse persons, and very definitely declining an invitation to play at golf with Belknap Jackson. "Golf!" he spluttered. "You do it, and then you've directly to do it all over again. I mean to say, one gets nowhere. A silly game, what?" Wishing to be in no manner held responsible for his vicious pursuits, I that day removed my diggings from the Floud home to chambers in the Pettingill block above the grill, where I did myself quite nicely with decent mantel ornaments, some vivacious prints of old-world cathedrals, and a few good books, having for body-servant one of the Hobbs lads who seemed rather teachable. I must admit, however, that I was frequently obliged to address him more sharply than one should ever address one's servant, my theory having always been that a serving person should be treated quite as if he were a gentleman temporarily performing menial duties. But there was that strain of lowness in all the Hobbses, which often forbade this, a blending of servility with more or less skilfully dissembled impertinence, which I dare say is the distinguishing mark of our lower-class serving people. Removed now from the immediate and more intimate effects of the Honourable George's digressions, I was privileged for days at a time to devote my attention exclusively to my enterprise. It had thriven from the beginning, and after a month I had so perfected the minor details of management that everything was right as rain. In my catering I continued to steer a middle course between the British school of plain roast and boiled and a too often piffling French complexity, seeking to retain the desirable features of each. My luncheons for the tradesmen rather held to a cut from the joint with vegetables and a suitable sweet, while in my dinners I relaxed a bit into somewhat imaginative salads and entrees. For the tea hour I constantly strove to provide some appetizing novelty, often, I confess, sacrificing nutrition to mere sightliness in view of my almost exclusive feminine patronage, yet never carrying this to an undignified extreme. As a result of my sound judgment, dinner-giving in Redgap began that winter to be done almost entirely in my place. There might be small informal affairs at home, but for dinners of any pretension, the hostesses of the North Side set came to me, relying almost quite entirely upon my taste in the selection of the menu, although at first I was required to employ unlimited tact in dissuading them from strange and laboured concoctions, whose photographs they fetched me from their women's magazines. I at length converted them from this unwholesome striving for novelty, and laid the foundations for that sound scheme of gastronomy which today distinguishes this fastest-growing town in the state, if not in the west of America. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was during these early months, I ought perhaps to say, that I rather distinguished myself in the matter of a relish, which I compounded one day when there was a cold round of beef for luncheon. Little dreaming of the magnitude of the moment, I brought together English mustard and the American tomato catsup in proportions which, for reasons that will be made obvious, I do not here disclose, together with 3 other and lesser condiments, whose identity also must remain a secret. Serving this with my cold joint, I was rather amazed at the sensation it created. My patrons clamoured for it repeatedly, and a barrister wished me to prepare a flask of it for use in his home. The following day it was again demanded, and other requests were made for private supplies, while by the end of the week my relish had become rather famous. Followed a suggestion from Mrs. Judson, as she overlooked my preparation of it one day from her own task of polishing the glassware. "Put it on the market," said she, and at once I felt the inspiration of her idea. To her I entrusted the formula. I procured a quantity of suitable flasks, while in her own home she compounded the stuff and filled them. Having no mind to claim credit not my own, I may now say that this rather remarkable woman also evolved the idea of the label, including the name, which was pasted upon the bottles when our product was launched. Ruggles International Relish, she had named it after a moment's thought. Below was a print of my face, taken from an excellent photographic portrait, followed by a brief summary of the article's unsurpassed excellence, together with a list of the viands for which it was commended. As the international relish is now a matter of history, the demand for it having spread as far east as Chicago and those places, I may add that it was this capable woman again who devised the large placard for hoardings, in which a middle-aged but glowing bon vivant in evening dress rebukes the blackamoor who has served his dinner for not having at once placed Ruggles' International Relish upon the table. The genial annoyance of the diner and the apologetic concern of the black are excellently depicted by the artist, for the original drawing of which I paid a stiffish price to the leading artist fellow of Spokane. This now adorns the wall of my sitting-room. It must not be supposed that I had been free during these months from annoyance and chagrin at the manner in which the Honourable George was conducting himself. In the beginning it was hoped, both by Belknap Jackson and myself, that he might do no worse than merely consort with the rougher element of the town. I mean to say, we suspected that the apparent charm of the raffish cattle persons might suffice to keep him from any notorious alliance with the dreaded Bohemian set. So long as he abstained from this, he might still be received at our best homes, despite his regrettable fondness for low company, even when he brought the murderer Spilmer to dine with him at my place. The thing was condoned as a freakish grotesquerie in one who, of unassailable social position, might well afford to stoop momentarily. I must say that the murderer, a heavy-jowled brute of husky voice, and quite lacking a forehead, conducted himself on this occasion with an entirely decent restraint of manner, quite in contrast to the Honourable George, who betrayed an expansively naive pride in his guest, seeming to wish the world to know of the event. Between them they consumed a fair bottle of the relish. Indeed, the Honourable George was inordinately fond of this, as a result of which he would often come out quite spotty again. Cousin Egbert was another, who became so addicted to it that his fondness might well have been called a vice. Both he and the Honourable George would drench quite every course with the sauce, and Cousin Egbert, with that explicit directness which distinguished his character, would frankly sop his bread crusts in it, or even sip it with a coffee-spoon. As I have intimated, in spite of the Honourable George's affiliations with the slum characters of what I may call Redgap's East End, he had not yet publicly identified himself with the Klondike woman and her Bohemian set, in consequence of which, let him dine and wine a Spilmer as he would, there was yet hope that he would not alienate himself from the North Side set. At intervals during the early months of his sojourn among us, he accepted dinner invitations at the Grill from our social leaders. In fact, after the launching of the International Relish, I know of none that he declined. But it was evident to me that he moved but half-heartedly in this higher circle. On one occasion, too, he appeared in the trousers of a lounge suit of tweeds, instead of his dress trousers, and with tan boots. The trousers, to be sure, were of a sombre hue, but the brown boots were quite too dreadfully unmistakable. After this I may say that I looked for anything, and my worst fears were soon confirmed. It began as the vaguest sort of gossip. The Honourable George, it was said, had been a guest at one of the Klondike woman's evening affairs. The rumour crystallized. He had been asked to meet the Bohemian set at a Dutch supper, and had gone. He had lingered until a late hour, dancing the American folk dances, for which he had shown a surprising adaptability, and conducting himself generally as the next Earl of Brinstead should not have done. He had repeated his visit, repairing to the woman's house both afternoon and evening. He had become a constant visitor. He had spoken regrettably of the dullness of a meeting of the Onwards and Upwards Society which he had attended. He was in the woman's toils. With gossip of this sort there was naturally much indignation, and yet the leaders of the North Side set were so delicately placed that there was every reason for concealing it. they redoubled their attentions to the unfortunate man, seeking to leave him not an unoccupied evening or afternoon. Such was the gravity of the crisis. Belknap Jackson alone remained finely judicial. "The situation is of the gravest character," he confided to me, "but we must be wary. The day isn't lost so long as he doesn't appear publicly in the creature's train. For the present we have only unverified rumour. As a man about town, Vane Basingwell may feel free to consort with vicious companions and still maintain his proper standing. Deplore it, as all right-thinking people must. Under present social conditions, he is undoubtedly free to lead what is called a double life. We can only wait." Such was the state of the public mind, be it understood, up to the time of the notorious and scandalous defection of this obsessed creature, an occasion which I cannot recall without shuddering, and which inspired me to a course that was later to have the most inexplicable and far-reaching consequences. Theatrical plays had been numerous with us during the season, with the natural result of many after-theatre suppers being given by those who attended, among them the North Side leaders, and frequently the Klondike woman with her following. On several of these occasions, moreover, the latter brought as supper guests certain representatives of the theatrical profession, both male and female, she apparently having a wide acquaintance with such persons. That this sort of thing increased her unpopularity with the North Side set will be understood, when I add that now and then her guests would be of undoubted respectability in their private lives, as theatrical persons often are, and such as our smartest hostesses would have been only too glad to entertain. To counteract this effect, Belknap Jackson now broached to me a plan of undoubted merit, which was nothing less than to hold an afternoon reception at his home in honor of the world's greatest pianoforte artist, who was presently to give a recital in Redgap. "I've not met the chap myself," he began, "but I knew his secretary and travelling companion quite well in a happier day in Boston. The recital here will be Saturday evening, which means that they will remain here on Sunday until the evening train east. I shall suggest to my friend that his employer, to while away the tedium of the Sunday, might care to look in upon me in the afternoon and meet a few of our best people. Nothing boring, of course. I've no doubt he will arrange it. I've written him to Portland, where they now are." "Rather a card that will be," I instantly cried. "Rather better class than entertaining strolling players." Indeed, the merit of the proposal rather overwhelmed me. It would be dignified and yet spectacular. It would show the Klondike woman that we chose to have contact only with artists of acknowledged preeminence, and that such were quite willing to accept our courtesies. I had hopes, too, that the Honourable George might be aroused to advantages which he seemed bent upon casting to the American winds. A week later, Belknap Jackson joyously informed me that the great artist had consented to accept his hospitality. There would be light refreshments, with which I was charged. I suggested tea in the Russian manner, which he applauded, and everything dainty in way of food, he warned me. Nothing common, nothing heavy. Some of those tiny lettuce sandwiches, a bit of caviar, macaroons, nothing gross, a decanter of dry sherry, perhaps, a few of the lightest wafers, things that cultivated persons may trifle with, things not repugnant to the artist's soul. I promised my profoundest consideration to these matters. "And it occurs to me," he thoughtfully added, that this may be a time for Bain Fasingwell to silence the slurs upon himself that are becoming so common. I shall beg him to meet our guest at his hotel, and escort him to my place. A note to my friend, the bearer, the Honourable George Augustus Vane Basingwell, brother of his lordship the Earl of Brinstead, will take great pleasure in escorting to my home. You get the idea? Not bad." Again I applauded, resolving that for once the Honourable George would be suitably attired, even if I had to bully him. And so was launched what promised to be Redgap's most notable social event of the season. The Honourable George, being consulted, promised, after a rather sulky hesitation, to act as the great artist's escort, though he persisted in referring to him as "that piano Johnny," and betrayed a suspicion that Belknap Jackson was merely bent upon getting him to perform without price. "But no," cried Belknap Jackson, "I should never think of anything so indelicate as asking him to play. My own piano will be tightly closed, and I dare say removed to another room." At this the Honourable George professed to wonder why the chap was desired if he wasn't to perform. "All hair and bad English, silly brutes when they don't play," he declared. In the end, however, as I have said, he consented to act as he was wished to. Cousin Egbert, who was present at this interview, took somewhat the same view as the Honourable George, even asserting that he should not attend the recital. "He don't sing, he don't dance, he don't recite, just plays the piano. That ain't any kind of a show for folks to set up a whole evening fur," he protested bitterly, and went on to mention various theatrical pieces which he had considered worthy. Among them I recall being one entitled "The Two Johns," which he regretted not having witnessed for several years, and another called "Ben-Hur," which was better than all the piano players alive, he declared. But with the Honourable George enlisted, both Belknap Jackson and I considered the opinions of Cousin Egbert to be quite wholly negligible. Saturday's Recorder, in its advanced notice of the recital, announced that the Belknap Jacksons of Boston and Redgap would entertain the artist on the following afternoon at their palatial home in the Pettingill Addition, where a select few of the North Side set had been invited to meet him. Belknap Jackson himself was, as a man, uplifted. He constantly revised and re-revised his invitation list. He sought me out each day to suggest subtle changes in the very artistic menu I had prepared for the affair. His last touch was to supplement the decanter of sherry with a bottle of vodka. About the caviar he worried quite fearfully until it proved upon arrival to be fresh and of prime quality. My man, the Hobbs boy, had under my instructions pressed and smarted the Honourable George's suit for afternoon wear. The carriage was engaged. Saturday night it was tremendously certain that no hitch could occur to mar the affair. We had left no detail to chance. The recital itself was quite all that could have been expected. But underneath the enthusiastic applause there ran even a more intense fervour among those fortunate ones who were to meet the artist on the morrow. Belknap Jackson knew himself to be a hero. He was elaborately cool. He smiled tolerantly at intervals, and undoubtedly applauded with the least hint of languid proprietorship in his manner. He was heard to speak of the artist by his first name. The Klondike woman and many of her Bohemian set were prominently among those present, and sustained glances of pitying triumph from those members of the North Side set so soon to be distinguished above her. The morrow dawned auspiciously, very cloudy with smartish drives of wind and rain. Confined to the dingy squalor of his hotel, how gladly would the artist, it was felt, seek the refined cheer of one of our best homes, where he would be enlivened by an hour or so of contact with our most cultivated people. Belknap Jackson telephoned me with increasing frequency as the hour drew near, nervously seeming to dread that I would have overlooked some detail of his refined refreshments, or that I would not have them at his house on time. He telephoned often to the Honourable George to be assured that the carriage with its escort would be prompt. He telephoned repeatedly to the driver chap to impress upon him the importance of his mission. His guests began to arrive even before I had decked his sideboard with what was, I have no hesitation in declaring, the most superbly dainty buffet collation that Redgap had ever beheld. The atmosphere at once became tense with expectation. At 3:00, the host announced from the telephone, "Vane Basingwell has started from the Flood House." The guests thrilled and hushed the careless chatter of new arrivals. Belknap Jackson remained heroically at the telephone, having demanded to be put through to the hotel. He was flushed with excitement. A score of minutes later he announced, with an effort to control his voice, "They have left the hotel. They are on the way." The guests stiffened in their seats. Some of them, nervously and for no apparent reason, exchanged chairs with others. Some late arrivals bustled in and were immediately awed to the same electric silence of waiting. Belknap Jackson placed the sherry decanter where the vodka bottle had been, and the vodka bottle where the sherry decanter had been. "The effect is better," he remarked, and went to stand where he could view the driveway. The moments passed. At such crises, which I need not say have been plentiful in my life, I have always known that I possessed an immense reserve of coolness. Seldom have I ever been so much as slightly flustered. Now I was calmness itself, and the knowledge brought me no little satisfaction as I noted the rather painful distraction of our host. The moments passed, long, heavy, silent moments. Our host ascended trippingly to an upper floor whence he could see farther down the drive. The guests held themselves in smiling readiness. Our host descended and again took up his post at a lower window. The moments passed, stilled, leaden moments. The silence had become intolerable. Our host jiggled on his feet. Some of the quicker-minded guests made a pretense of little conversational flurries. "That second movement! Oh, exquisitely rendered!" "No one has ever read Chopin so divinely." "How his family must idolize him!" "They say." "That exquisite concerto." "Hasn't he the most stunning hair?" "Those staccato passages left me actually limp." "I'm starting Myrtle on Tuesday to take of Professor Gluckstein. She wants to take stenography, but I tell her." "Did you think the preludes were just the tiniest bit idealized?" "I always say, if one has one's music and one's books, of course he must be very, very fond of music." Such were the hushed, tentative fragments I caught. The moments passed. Belknap Jackson went to the telephone. "What? But they're not here. Very strange. They should have been here half an hour ago. Send someone. Yes, at once." In the ensuing silence he repaired to the buffet and drank a glass of vodka. Quite distraught he was. The moments passed. Again several guests exchanged seats with other guests. It seemed to be a device for relieving the strain. Once more there were scattering efforts at normal talk. "Myrtle is a strange girl, a creature of moods, I call her. She wanted to act in the moving pictures until Papa bought the car. And she knows every one of the new tango steps. But I tell her a few lessons in cooking wouldn't. Pearl May is just the same puzzling child. One thing one day, and another thing the next. A mere bundle of nerves, and so sensitive if you say the least little thing to her. If we could only get Ling Wang back. This Jap boy is always threatening to leave if the men don't get up to breakfast on time, or if Gertie makes fudge in his kitchen of an afternoon. Our boy sends all his wages to his uncle in China, but I simply can't get him to say dinner is served. He just slides in and says, "All right, you come." It's very annoying, but I always tell the family, "Remember what a time we had with the Swede." I mean to say, things were becoming rapidly impossible. The moments passed. Belknap Jackson again telephoned. "You did send a man after them? Send someone after him, then. Yes, at once." He poured himself another peg of the vodka. Silence fell again. The waiting was terrific. We had endured an hour of it, but little more was possible to any sensitive human organism. All at once, as if the very last possible moment of silence had passed, the conversation broke loudly and generally. "Han, did you notice the slimsy thing she wore last night? Indecent, if you ask me, with not a petticoat under it, I'll be bound. Always wears shoes twice too small for her. What men can see in her? How they can endure that perpetual smirk." They were at last discussing the Klondike woman, and whatever had befallen our guest of honor, I knew that those present would never regain their first awe of the occasion. It was now unrestrained gabble. The second hour passed quickly enough, the latter half of it being enlivened by the buffet collation, which elicited many compliments upon my ingenuity and good taste. Quite almost every guest partook of a glass of the vodka. They chattered of everything but music, I dare say it being thought graceful to ignore the afternoon's disaster. Belknap Jackson had sunk into a mood of sullen desperation. He drained the vodka bottle. Perhaps the liquor brought him something of the chill Russian fatalism. He was dignified but sodden, with a depression that seemed to blow from the bleak Siberian steppes. His wife was already receiving the adieus of their guests. She was smouldering ominously, uncertain where the blame lay, but certain there was blame. Criminal blame. I could read as much in her narrowed eyes as she tried for aplomb with her guests. My own leave I took unobtrusively. I knew our strangely missing guest was to depart by the 6:2 train, and I strolled toward the station. A block away I halted, waiting. It had been a time of waiting. The moments passed. I heard the whistle of the approaching train. At the same moment I was startled by the approach of a team that I took to be running away. I saw it was the carriage of the Pierce chap, and that he was driving with the most abandoned recklessness. His passengers were the Honourable George, Cousin Egbert, and our missing guest. The great artist, as they passed me, seemed to feel a vast delight in his wild ride. He was cheering on the driver. He waved his arms, and himself shouted to the maddened horses. The carriage drew up to the station with the train, and the three descended. The artist hurriedly shook hands in the warmest manner with his companions, including the Pierce chap who had driven them. He beckoned to his secretary, who was waiting with his bags. He mounted the steps of the coach, and as the train pulled out, he waved frantically to the three. He kissed his hand to them, looking far out as the train gathered momentum. Again and again he kissed his hand to the hat-waving trio. It was too much. The strain of the afternoon had told even upon my own iron nerves. I felt unequal at that moment to the simplest inquiry, and plainly the situation was not one to attack in haste. I mean to say, it was too pregnant with meaning. I withdrew rapidly from the scene, feeling the need for rest and silence. As I walked, I meditated profoundly. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 16 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. From the innocent lips of Cousin Egbert the following morning there fell a tale of such cold-blooded depravity that I found myself with difficulty giving it credit. At 10 o'clock, while I still mused pensively over the events of the previous day, he entered the grill in search of breakfast, as had lately become his habit. I greeted him with perceptible restraint, not knowing what guilt might be his, but his manner to me was so unconsciously genial that I at once acquitted him of any complicity in whatever base doings had been forward. He took his accustomed seat with a pleasant word to me. I waited.
"Feeling a mite off this morning,"
he began.
"Account of a lot of truck I eat yesterday. I guess I'll just take something kind of dainty. Tell Clarice to cook me up a nice little steak with plenty of fat on it, and some fried potatoes, and a cup of coffee, and a few waffles to come. The judge, he wouldn't get up yet. He looked kind of mottled and anguished, but I guess he'll pull around all right. I had the chink take him up about a gallon of strong tea. Say, listen here, the judge ain't so awful much of a stayer, is he?" Burning with curiosity I was to learn what he could tell me of the day before, yet I controlled myself to the calmest of leisurely questioning, in order not to alarm him. It was too plain that he had no realization of what had occurred. It was always the way with him, I had noticed. Events of the most momentous might culminate furiously about his head, but he never knew that anything had happened. "The Honorable George," I began, "was with you yesterday? Perhaps he ate something he shouldn't." "He did. He done it repeatedly. He ate pretty much near as much of that sauerkraut and frankfurters as the piano guy himself did. And that's some tribute, believe me, Bill. Some tribute."
The piano guy?" I murmured quite casually.
"And say, listen here, that guy is all right, if anybody should ask you. You talk about your mixers."
This was a bit puzzling, for of course I had never talked about my mixers. I shouldn't a bit know how to go on. I ventured another query. Where was it this mixing and that sort of thing took place?
"Why, up at Miss Kenner's, where we was having a little party. Frankfurters and sauerkraut and beer. My stars, but that steak looks good. I'm feeling better already."
His food was before him, and he attacked it with no end of spirit. "Tell me quite all about it," I amiably suggested, and after a moment's hurried devotion to the steak, he slowed up a bit to talk.
"Well, listen here now. The judge says to me, when Eddie Pierce comes, 'Sourdough,' he says, 'look in at Miss Kenner's this afternoon if you got nothing else on. I fancy it will repay you.' Just like that. Well, I says, 'All right, Judge. I fancy I will. I fancy I ain't got anything else on,' I says, 'and I'm always glad to go there,' I says, 'because no matter what they're always saying about this here bohemian stuff, Kate Kenner is one good scout, take it from me.' So in a little while I slicked up some and went on around to her house. Then hitched outside I seen Eddie Pierce's hack, and I says, 'My lands, that's a funny thing,' I says. 'I thought the judge was going to haul this here piano guy out to the Jackson place, where he could while away the teejum, like Jackson said. And now it looks as if they was here. Or maybe it was just Eddie himself that was fancied to look in, not having anything else on. Well, so anyway, I go up on the stoop and knock, and when I get in the parlor, there the piano guy is.
and the judge, and Eddie Pierce, too. Eddie helping the Jap around with frankfurters and sauerkraut and beer and one thing and another. Besides them was about a dozen of Miss Kenner's own particular friends, all of 'em good scouts, let me tell you, and everybody laughing and gassing back and forth and cutting up and having a good time all around. Well, so, as soon as they seen me, everybody says, "Oh, here comes Sourdough, good old Sourdough," and all like that. And they introduce me to the piano guy, who gets up to shake hands with me and spills his beer off the chair arm onto the wife of Eddie Fosdick in the Farmers and Merchants National. And so I sat down and ate with him and had a few steins of beer, and everybody had a good time all round. The wonderful man appeared to believe that he had told me quite all of interest concerning this monstrous festivity. He surveyed the mutilated remnant of his steak and said, "I guess Clarice might as well fry me a few eggs. I'm feeling a lot better." I directed that this be done, musing upon the dreadful menu he had recited, and recalling the exquisite finish of the collation I myself had prepared. Sausages, to be sure, had their place, and beer as well, but sauerkraut I have never been able to regard as an at all possible food for persons that really matter. Germans, to be sure. Discreetly I renewed my inquiry. "I dare say the Honourable George was in good form?" I suggested. "Well, he ate a lot. Him and the piano guy was bragging which could eat the most sausages." I was unable to restrain a shudder at the thought of this revolting contest. The piano guy beat him out, though. He'd been at the Palace Hotel for 3 meals, and I guess his appetite was right craving. "And afterward?" "Well, it was like Jackson said. This lad wanted to while away the tedium of a Sunday afternoon, and so he wiled it. That's all. Pretty soon Miss Kenner sat down to the piano and sung some coon songs that tickled him most to death, and then she got around to playing ragtime. Say, believe me, Bill, when she starts in on that rag stuff, she can make a piano simply stutter itself to death. Well, at that, the piano guy says it's great stuff, and so he sets down himself to try it, and he catches on pretty good, I'll say that for him. So we got to dancing while he plays for us, only he don't remember the tunes good and has to fake a lot. Then he makes Miss Kenner play again while he dances with Miss Fosdick that he spilled the beer on, and after that we had some more beer, and this guy ate another plate of kraut and a few sausages, and Miss Kenner sings the Robert E. Lee and a couple more good ones, and the guy played some more ragtime himself, trying to get the tunes right, and then he played some fancy pieces that he'd practiced up on, and we danced some and had a few more beers, with everybody laughing and cutting up and having a nice home afternoon. Well, the piano guy enjoyed himself every minute, if anybody asks you, being lit up like a Maine chandelier. They made him feel like he was one of their own folks. You certainly got to hand it to him for being one little good mixer. Talk about whiling away the tedium. He done it all right, all right. He whiled away so much tedium there, he darn near missed his train. Eddie Pierce kept telling him what time it was, only he'd keep asking Miss Kenner to play just one more rag, and at last we had to just shoot him into his fur overcoat while he was kissing all the women on their hands, and we'd have missed the train at that if Eddie hadn't poured the leather into them skates of his all the way down to the depot. He just did make it, and he told the judge and Eddie and me that he ain't had such a good time since he left home. I kind of hated to see him go. He here attacked the eggs with what seemed to be a freshening of his remarkable appetite, and as yet, be it noted, I had detected no consciousness on his part that a foul betrayal of confidence had been committed. I approached the point. The Belknap-Jacksons were rather expecting him, you know. My impression was that the Honorable George had been sent to escort him to the Belknap-Jackson house." "Well, that's what I thought too, but I guess the judge forgot it, or maybe he thinks the guy will mix in better with Miss Kenner's crowd. Anyway, there they was, and it probably didn't make any difference to the guy himself. He likely thought he could while away the teachum there as well as he could while it any place, all of them being such good scouts, and the judge has certainly got a case on Miss Kenner, so maybe she asked him to drop in with any friend of his. She's got him bridle-wise and broke to all gates." He visibly groped for an illumining phrase. He just looks at her." The simple words fell upon my ears with a sickening finality. He just looks at her. I had seen him just look at the typing girl and at the Brixton milliner. All too fearfully I divined their preposterous significance. Beyond question, a black infamy had been laid bare, but I made no effort to convey its magnitude to my guileless informant. As I left him, he was mildly bemoaning his own lack of skill on the pianoforte. "Darned if I don't wish I'd have took some lessons on the piano myself, like that guy done. It certainly does help to while away the teejum when you got friends in for the afternoon. But then, I was just a hillbilly. Likely I couldn't have learned the notes good." It was a half-hour later that I was called to the telephone to listen to the anguished accents of Belknap-Jackson. "Have you heard it?" he called. I answered that I had. "The man is a paranoiac. He should be at once confined in an asylum for the criminal insane." "I shall row him fiercely about it, never fear. I've not seen him yet." "But the creature should be watched. He may do harm to himself or to some innocent person. They run wild, they kill, they burn, set fire to buildings, that sort of thing. I tell you, none of us is safe." "The situation," I answered, "has even more shocking possibilities. But I've an idea I shall be equal to it. If the worst seems to be imminent, I shall adopt extreme measures." I closed the interview. It was too painful. I wished to summon all my powers of deliberation. To my amazement, who should presently appear among my throng of luncheon patrons but the Honorable George? I will not say that he slunk in, but there was an unaccustomed diffidence in his bearing. He did not meet my eye, and it was not difficult to perceive that he had no wish to engage my notice. As he sought a vacant table, I observed that he was spotted quite profusely, and his luncheon order was of the simplest. Straight I went to him. He winced a bit, I thought, as he saw me approach, but then he apparently resolved to brass it out, for he glanced full at me with a terrific assumption of bravado, and at once began to give me beans about my service. "Your bally tea-shop running down, what? Louts for waiters, cloddish louts, disgraceful, my word, slow beggars, take a year to do you a rasher and a bit of toast, what?" To this absurd tirade I replied not a word, but stood silently regarding him. I dare say my gaze was of the most chilling character, and steady. He endured it but a moment. His eyes fell, his bravado vanished. He fumbled with the cutlery. Quite abashed he was. "Come, your explanation," I said curtly, divining that the moment was one in which to adopt a tone with him. He wriggled a bit, crumpling a roll with panic fingers. "Come, come," I commanded. His face brightened, though with an intention most obviously false. He coughed, a cough of pure deception. Not only were his eyes averted from mine, but they were glassed to an uncanny degree. The fingers wrought piteously at the now plastic roll. My word, the chap was taken bad, had to be seen to. What? Revived, I mean to say. All piano Johnnies that way. Nervous wrecks, what? Spells, man, spells. "Come, come," I said crisply. The glassed eyes were those of one hypnotized. "In the carriage? To the chap's place, to be sure. Fainting spell, weak heart, what? No stimulants about. Passing house, perhaps have stimulants, heart tablets, beer, things of that sort. Lead him in, revive him. Quite well presently, but not well enough to go on. Couldn't let a piano Johnny die on our hands, what? Inquest, evidence, witnesses, all that silly rot. Save his life, what? Presence of mind, kind hearts, what? Humanity. Do as much for any chap. Not let him die like a dog in the gutter, what? Get no credit, though." His curiously mechanical utterance trailed off to be lost in a mere husky murmur. The glassy stare was still at my wall. I have, in the course of my eventful career, had occasion to mark the varying degrees of plausibility with which men speak untruths, but never, I confidently aver, have I beheld one lie with so piteous a futility. The art, and I dare say, with diplomat chaps and that sorts, it may probably be called an art, demands as its very essence that the speaker seems to be himself convinced of the truth of that which he utters. And the Honourable George, in his youth, mentioned for the Foreign Office. Oh, I turned away. The exhibition was quite too indecent. I left him to mince at his meagre fare. As I glanced his way at odd moments thereafter, he would be muttering feverishly to himself. I mean to say, he no longer was himself. He presently made his way to the street, looking neither to right nor left. He had, in truth, the dazed manner of one stupefied by some powerful narcotic. I wondered pityingly when I should again behold him, if it might be that his poor wits were bedevilled past mending. My period of uncertainty was all too brief, for some 2 hours later, full into the tide of our afternoon shopping throng, there issued a spectacle that removed any lingering doubt of the unfortunate man's plight. In the rather smart pony-trap of the Klondike woman, driven by the person herself, rode the Honourable George. Full in the startled gaze of many of our best people, he advertised his defection from all that makes for a sanely governed stability in our social organism. He had gone flagrantly over to the Bohemian set. I could detect that his eyes were still glassy, but his head was erect. He seemed to flaunt his shame, and the guilty partner of his downfall drove with an affectation of easy carelessness, yet with a lift of the chin, which, though barely perceptible, had all the effect of binding the prisoner to her chariot wheels. A prisoner, moreover, whom it was plain she meant to parade to the last ignominious degree. She drove leisurely, and in the little infrequent curt turns of her head to address her companion, she contrived to instill so finished an effect of boredom that she must have goaded to frenzy any matron of the North Side set who chanced to observe her, as more than one of them did. Thrice did she halt along our main thoroughfare for bits of shopping, a mere running into of shops, or to the doors of them, where she could issue verbal orders, the while she surveyed her waiting and drugged captive with a certain half-veiled but good-humoured insolence. At these moments, for I took pains to overlook the shocking scene, the Honourable George followed her with eyes no longer glassed, the eyes of helpless infatuation. "He looks at her," Cousin Egbert had said. He had told it all, and told it well. The equipage graced our street upon one paltry excuse or another for the better part of an hour, the woman being minded that none of us should longer question her supremacy over the next and 11th Earl of Brinstead. Not for another hour did the effects of the sensation die out among tradesmen and the street crowds. It was like waves that recede but gradually. They talked, they stopped to talk, they passed on talking, they hissed vivaciously, they rose to exclamations. I mean to say, there was no end of a gabbling row about it. There was in my mind no longer any room for hesitation. The quite harshest of extreme measures must be at once adopted before all was too late. I made my way to the telegraph office. It was not a time for correspondence by post. Afterward I had myself put through by telephone to Belknap Jackson. With his sensitive nature he had stopped in all day. Although still averse to appearing publicly, he now consented to meet me at my chambers late that evening. "The whole town is seething with indignation," he called to me. "It was disgraceful. I shall come at 10. We rely upon you." Again I saw that he was concerned solely with his humiliation as a would-be host. Not yet had he divined that the deluded Honourable George might go to the unspeakable length of a matrimonial alliance with the woman who had enchained him. And as to his own disaster, he was less than accurate when he said that the whole town was seething with indignation. The members of the North Side set, to be sure, were seething furiously, but a flippant element of the baser sort was quite openly rejoicing, as at the time of that most slanderous minstrel performance. It was said that the Bohemian set had again, if I have caught the phrase, put a thing over upon the North Side set. Many persons of low taste seemed quite to enjoy the dreadful affair, and the members of the Bohemian set, naturally, throughout the day, had been quite coarsely beside themselves with glee. Little they knew, I reflected, what power I could wield, nor that I had already set in motion its deadly springs. Little did the woman dream, flaunting her triumph up and down our main business thoroughfare, that one who watched her there had but to raise his hand to wrest the victim from her toils. Little did she now dream that he would stop at no half-measures. I mean to say, she would never think I could bowl her out as easy as buying cockles off a barrow. At the hour for our conference, Belknap Jackson arrived at my chambers, muffled in an ulster, and with a soft hat well over his face. I gathered that he had not wished to be observed. "I feel that this is a crisis," he began as he gloomily shook my hand. "Where is our boasted 20th century culture if outrages like this are permitted? For the first time I understand how these Western communities have in the past resorted to mob violence. Public feeling is already running high against the creature
and her unspeakable set."
I met this outburst with the serenity of one who holds the winning cards in his hand, and begged him to be seated. Thereupon I disclosed to him the weakly susceptible nature of the Honourable George, reciting the incidents of the typing girl and the Brixton milliner. I added that now, as before, I should not hesitate to preserve the family honour.
"A dreadful thing indeed," he murmured, "if that adventuress should trap him into a marriage. Imagine her one day a countess, a Brinstead. But suppose the fellow proves stubborn, suppose his infatuation dulls all his finer instincts."
I explained that the Honourable George, while he might upon the spur of the moment commit a folly, was not to be taken too seriously, that he was, I believed, quite incapable of a grand passion. I mean to say, he always forgot them after a few days. More like a child staring into shop windows he was, rapidly forgetting one desired object in the presence of others. I added that I had adopted the extremest measures. Thereupon, perceiving that I had something in my sleeve, as the saying is, my caller besought me to confide in him. Without a word I handed him a copy of my cable message sent that afternoon to his lordship. "Your immediate presence required to prevent a monstrous folly." He brightened as he read it.
"You actually mean to say—"
he began. "His lordship," I explained, "will at once understand the nature of what is threatened. He knows, moreover, that I would not alarm him without cause. He will come at once, and the Honourable George will be told what. His lordship has never failed. He tells him what, perfectly, and that's quite all to it. The poor chap will be saved." My caller was profoundly stirred. "Coming here, to Redgap, his lordship, the Earl of Brinstead, actually coming here. My God, this is wonderful." He paused. He seemed to moisten his dry lips. He began once more, and now his voice trembled with emotion. "He will need a place to stay. Our hotel is impossible. Had you thought—" He glanced at me appealingly. "I dare say," I replied, "that his lordship will be pleased to have you put him up. You would do him quite nicely." "You mean it? Seriously? That would be, inexpressible. He would be our house guest, the Earl of Brinstead. I fancy that would silence a few of these serpent tongues that are wagging so venomously to-day." "But before his coming," I insisted, "there must be no word of his arrival. The Honourable George would know the meaning of it, and the woman, though I suspect now that she is only making a show of him, might go on to the bitter end. They must suspect nothing." "I had merely thought of a brief and dignified notice in our press," he began quite wistfully. "But if you think it might defeat our ends—" "It must wait until he has come."
"Glorious!" he exclaimed. "It will be even more of a blow to them."
He began to murmur, as if reading from a journal.
"His lordship, the Earl of Brinstead, is visiting for a few days. It will surely be as much as a few days, perhaps a week or more. Is visiting for a few days at C. Belknap Jackson's of Boston and Redgap."
He seemed to regard the printed words.
"Better still, the C. Belknap Jacksons of Boston and Redgap are for a few days entertaining as their honoured house guest his lordship, the Earl of Brinstead. Yes, That's admirable." He arose and impulsively clasped my hand. "Ruggles, dear old chap, I shan't know at all how to repay you. The Bohemian set, such as are possible, will be bound to come over to us. There will be left of it but one unprincipled woman, and she wretched and an outcast. She has made me absurd. I shall grind her under my heel. The East Room shall be prepared for his lordship. He shall breakfast there if he wishes. I fancy he'll find us rather more like himself than he suspects. He shall see that we have ideals that are not half bad." He wrung my hand again. His eyes were misty with gratitude. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. 3 days later came the satisfying answer to my cable message. "Damn. Sailing Wednesday. Prince dead." Glad I was he had used the cable. In a letter there would doubtless have been still other words improper to a peer of England. Belknap Jackson thereafter bore himself with a dignity quite tremendous, even for him. Graciously aloof, he was as one carrying an inner light. "We hold them in the hollow of our hand," said he, and both his wife and himself took pains on our own thoroughfare to cut the Honourable George dead, though I dare say the poor chap never at all noticed it. They spoke of him as a remittance man, the black sheep of a noble family. They mentioned sympathetically the trouble his vicious ways had been to his brother, the Earl. Indeed, so mysteriously important were they in allusions of this sort that I was obliged to caution them, lest they let out the truth. As it was, there ran through the town an undercurrent of puzzled suspicion. It was intimated that we had something in our sleeves. Whether this tension was felt by the Honourable George, I had no means of knowing. I dare say not, as he is self-centred, being seldom aware of anything beyond his own immediate sensations. But I had reason to believe that the Klondike woman had divined some menace in our attitude of marked indifference. Her own manner, when it could be observed, grew increasingly defiant, if that were possible. The alliance of the Honourable George with the Bohemian set had become, of course, a public scandal after the day of his appearance in her trap, and after his betrayal of the Belknap Jacksons had been gossiped to rags. He no longer troubled himself to pretend any esteem whatever for the North Side set. Scarce a day passed but he appeared in public as the woman's escort. He flagrantly performed her commissions, and at their questionable Bohemian gatherings, with their beer and sausages and that sort of thing, he was the gayest of that gay mad set. Indeed, of his old associates, Cousin Egbert quite almost alone seemed to find him any longer desirable, and him I had no heart to caution, knowing that I should only wound without enlightening him, he being entirely impervious to even these cruder aspects of class distinction. I dare say he would have considered the marriage of the Honourable George as no more than the marriage of one of his cattle-person companions. I mean to say, he is a dear old sort, and I should never fail to defend him in the most disheartening of his vagaries. But he is undeniably insensitive to what one does and does not do. The conviction ran, let me repeat, that we had another pot of broth on the fire. I gleaned as much from the mixer, she being one of the few others besides Cousin Egbert in whose liking the Honourable George had not terrifically descended. She made it a point to address me on the subject over a dish of tea at the grill one afternoon, choosing a table sufficiently remote from my other feminine guests, who, doubtless at their own tables, discussed the same complication. I was indeed glad that we were remote from other occupied tables, because, in the course of her remarks, she quite forcefully uttered an oath, which I thought it as well not to have known that I cared to tolerate in my lady patrons. As to what Jackson feels about the way it was handed out to him that Sunday, she bluntly declared, I don't care a dash. The oath quite dazed me for a moment, although I had been warned that she would use language on occasion. What I do care about, she went on briskly, is that I won't have this girl pestered by Jackson, or by you, or by any man that wears hair. Why, Jackson talks so silly about her sometimes, you'd think she was a bad woman. And he keeps hinting about something he's going to put over, till I can hardly keep my hands off him. I just know some day he'll make me forget I'm a lady. Now, take it from me, Bill, if you're sitting in with him, don't start anything you can't finish. Really, she was quite fierce about it. I mean to say, the glitter in her eyes made me recall what Cousin Egbert had said of Mrs. Effie, her being quite entirely willing to take on a rattlesnake and give it the advantage of the first 2 assaults. Somewhat flustered I was, yet I hastened to assure her that whatever steps I might feel obliged to take for the protection of the Honourable George, they would involve nothing at all unfair to the lady in question. Well, they better hadn't, she resumed threateningly. That girl had a hard time, all right, but listen here, she's as right as a church. She couldn't fool me a minute if she wasn't. Don't you suppose I've been around and around quite some? Just because she likes to have a good time and outdresses these dames here, is that any reason they should get out their hammers? Ain't she earned some right to a good time? Tell me, after being married, when she was a silly kid, to 2-Spot Kenner, the swine. And God bless the trigger finger of the man that bumped him off. As for the poor old judge, don't worry. I like the old boy, but Kate Kenner won't do anything more than make a monkey of him, just to spite Jackson and his band of lady knockers. Marry him? Say, get me right, Bill. I'll put it as delicate as I can. The judge is too darned far from being a mental giant for that. I dare say she would have slanged me for another half-hour, but for the constant strain of keeping her voice down. As it was, she boomed up now and again in a way that reduced to listening silence the ladies at several distant tables. As to the various points she had raised, I was somewhat confused. About the Honourable George, for example. He was, to be sure, no mental giant, but one occupying his position is not required to be. Indeed, in the class to which he was born, one well knows that a mental giant would be quite as distressingly bizarre as any other freak. I regretted not having retorted this to her, for it now occurred to me that she had gone it rather strong with her poor old judge. I mean to say, it was almost quite a little bit raw for a native American to adopt this patronizing tone toward one of us. And yet I found that my esteem for the mixer had increased rather than diminished by reason of her plucky defense of the Klondike woman. I had no reason to suppose that the designing creature was worth a defense, but I could only admire the valor that made it. Also, I found food for profound meditation in the mixer's assertion that the woman's sole aim was to make a monkey of the Honourable George. If she were right, a mésalliance need not be feared, at which thought I felt a great relief. That she should achieve the lesser and perhaps equally easy feat with the poor chap was a calamity that would be, I fancied, endured by his lordship with a serene fortitude. Curiously enough, as I went over the mixer's tirade point by point, I found in myself an inexplicable loss of animus toward the Klondike woman. I will not say I was moved to sympathy for her, but doubtless that strange ferment of equality stirred me toward her with something less than the indignation I had formerly felt. Perhaps she was an entirely worthy creature. In that case, I merely wished her to be taught that one must not look too far above one's station, even in America, in so serious an affair as matrimony. With all my heart, I should wish her a worthy mate of her own class, and I was glad indeed to reflect upon the truth of my assertion to the mixer, that no unfair advantage would be taken of her. His lordship would remove the Honourable George from her toils, a maid monkey, perhaps, but no husband. Again that day did I listen to a defence of this woman, and from a source whence I could little have expected it. Meditating upon the matter, I found myself staring at Mrs. Judson as she polished some glassware in the pantry. As always, the worthy woman made a pleasing picture in her neat print gown. From staring at her rather absently, I caught myself reflecting that she was one of the few women whose hair is always perfectly coiffed. I mean to say, no matter what the press of her occupation, it never goes here and there. From the hair, my meditative eye, still rather absently, I believe, descended her quite good figure to her boots. Thereupon my gaze ceased to be absent. They were not boots. They were bronzed slippers with high heels and metal buckles, and of a character so distinctive that I instantly knew they had once before been impressed upon my vision. Swiftly my mind identified them. They had been worn by the Klondike woman on the occasion of a dinner at the Grill, in conjunction with a gown to match and a bluish scarf, all combining to achieve an immense effect. My assistant hummed at her task, unconscious of my scrutiny. I recall that I coughed slightly before disclosing to her that my attention had been attracted to her slippers. She took the reference lightly, affecting, as the sex will, to belittle any prized possession in the face of masculine praise. "I have seen them before," I ventured. "She gives me all of hers. I haven't had to buy shoes since baby was born. She gives me lots of things, stockings and things. She likes me to have them." "I didn't know you knew her." "Years. I'm there once a week to give the house a good going-over. That Jap of hers is the limit. Dust till you can't rest. And when I clean, he just grins." I mused upon this. The woman was already giving half her time to superintending 2 assistants in the preparation of the international relish. "Her work is too much in addition to your own," I suggested. "Me work too hard? Not in 1,000 years. I do all right for you, don't I?" It was true. She was anything but a slacker. I more nearly approached my real objection. "A woman in your position," I began, "can't be too careful as to the associations she forms." I had meant to go on, but found it quite absurdly impossible. My assistant set down the glass she had and quite venomously brandished her towel at me. "So, that's it. she began, and almost could get no farther for mere sputtering. I mean to say, I had long recognized that she possessed character, but never had I suspected that she would have so inadequate a control of her temper. "So that's it," she sputtered again. "And I thought you were too decent to join in that talk about a woman just because she's young and wears pretty clothes and likes to go out. I'm astonished at you. I really am. I thought you were more of a man." She broke off, scowling at me most furiously. Feeling all at once rather a fool, I sought to conciliate her. "I have joined in no talk," I said. "I merely suggested." But she shut me off sharply. "And let me tell you one thing. I can pick out my associates in this town without any outside help. The idea! That girl is just as nice a person as ever walked the earth, and nobody ever said she wasn't, except those frumpy old cats that hate her good looks because the men all like her." "Old cats!" I echoed, wishing to rebuke this violence of epithet, but she would have none of me. "Nasty old spite cats," she insisted with even more violence, and went on to an almost quite blasphemous absurdity. "A prince in his palace wouldn't be any too good for her." "Tut, tut," I said, greatly shocked. "Tut, nothing," she retorted fiercely. "A regular prince in his palace. That's what she deserves. There isn't a single man in this one-horse town that's good enough to pick up her glove, and she knows it, too. She's carrying on with your silly Englishman now, but it's just to pay those old cats back in their own coin. She'll carry on with him, yes, but marry? Good heavens and earth, marriage is serious." With this novel conclusion, she seized another glass and began to wipe it viciously. She glared at me, seeming to believe that she had closed the interview. But I couldn't stop. In some curious way she had stirred me rather out of myself, but not about the Klondike woman, nor about the Honourable George. I began most illogically, I admit, to rage inwardly about another matter. "You have other associates," I exclaimed quite violently. "Those cattle persons. I know quite all about it. That Hank and Buck. They come here on the chance of seeing you. They bring you boxes of candy. They bring you little presents. Twice they've escorted you home at night, when you quite well knew I was only too glad to do it." I felt my temper most curiously running away with me, ranting about things I hadn't meant to at all. I looked for another outburst from her, but to my amazement she flashed me a smile, with a most enigmatic look back of it. She tossed her head, but resumed her wiping of a glass with a certain demureness. She spoke almost meekly. "They're very old friends, and I'm sure they always act right. I don't see anything wrong in it, even if Buck Edwards has shown me a good deal of attention. But this very meekness of hers seemed to arouse all the violence in my nature. "I won't have it," I said. "You have no right to receive presents from men. I tell you I won't have it. You have no right." "Haven't I?" she suddenly said, in the most curious, cool little voice, her eyes falling before mine. "Haven't I? I didn't know." It was quite chilling, her tone and manner. I was cool in an instant. Things seemed to mean so much more than I had supposed they did. I mean to say, it was a fair crumpler. She paused in her wiping of the glass, but did not regard me. I was horribly moved to go to her, but coolly remembered that that sort of thing would never do. "I trust I have said enough," I remarked with entirely recovered dignity. "You have," she said. "I mean I won't have such things," I said. "I hear you," she said, and fell again to her work. I thereupon investigated an icebox and found enough matter for complaint against the Hobbs boy to enable me to manage a dignified withdrawal to the rear. The remarkable creature was humming again as I left. I stood in the back door of the grill, giving upon the alley, where I mused rather excitedly. Here I was presently interrupted by the dog, Mr. Barker. For weeks now I had been relieved of his odious attentions by the very curious circumstance that he had transferred them to the Honourable George. Not all my kicks and cuffs and beatings had sufficed one whit to repulse him. He had kept after me, fawned upon me, in spite of them. And then, on a day, he had suddenly, with glad cries, become enamoured of the Honourable George, waiting for him at doors, following him, hanging upon his every look. And the Honourable George had rather fancied the beast and made much of him. And yet this animal is reputed by poets and that sort of thing to be man's best friend, faithfully sharing his good fortune and his bad, staying by his side to the bitter end, even refusing to leave his body when he has perished, starving there with a dauntless fidelity. How chagrined the weavers of these tributes would have been to observe the fickle nature of the beast in question. For weeks he had hardly deigned me a glance. It had been a relief, to be sure, but what a sickening disclosure of the cur's trifling inconstancy! Even now, though he sniffed hungrily at the open door, he paid me not the least attention. Me, whom he had once idolized. I slipped back to the icebox and procured some slices of beef that were far too good for him. He fell to them with only a perfunctory acknowledgment of my agency in procuring them. "Why, I thought you hated him," suddenly said the voice of his owner. She had tiptoed to my side. "I do," I said quite savagely. "But the unspeakable beast can't be left to starve, can he?" I felt her eyes upon me, but would not turn. Suddenly she put her hand upon my shoulder, patting it rather curiously, as she might have soothed her child. When I did turn, she was back at her task. She was humming again, nor did she glance my way. Quite certainly she was no longer conscious that I stood about. She had quite forgotten me. I could tell as much from her manner. Such, I reflected with an unaccustomed cynicism, is the light inconsequence of women and dogs. Yet I still experienced a curiously thrilling determination to protect her from her own good nature in the matter of her associates. At a later and cooler moment of the day, I reflected upon her defense of the Klondike woman. A prince in his palace, not too good for her? No doubt she had meant me to take these remarkable words quite seriously. It was amazing, I thought, with what seriousness the lower classes of the country took their dogma of equality, and with what naive confidence they relied upon us to accept it. Equality in North America was indeed praiseworthy. I had already given it the full weight of my approval, and meant to live by it. But at home, of course, that sort of thing would never do. The crude moral worth of the Klondike woman might be all that her two defenders had alleged, and indeed I felt again that strange little thrill of almost sympathy for her, as one who has been unjustly aspersed. But I could only resolve that I would be no party to any unfair plan of opposing her. The Honourable George must be saved from her trifling as well as from her serious designs, if such she might have. But, so far as I could influence the process, it should cause as little chagrin as possible to the offender. This much the mixer and my charwoman had achieved with me. Indeed, quite hopeful I was that when the creature had been set right as to what was due one of our oldest and proudest families, she would find life entirely pleasant among those of her own station. She seemed to have a good heart. As the day of his lordship's arrival drew near, Belknap Jackson became increasingly concerned about the precise manner of his reception and the details of his entertainment, despite my best assurances that no especially profound thought need be given to either, his lordship being quite that sort, fussy enough in his own way, but hardly formal or pretentious. His prospective host, after many consultations with me, at length allowed himself to be dissuaded from meeting his lordship in correct afternoon garb of frock-coat and top-hat, consenting at my urgent suggestion to a mere lounge-suit of tweeds with a soft-rolled hat and a suitable rough day-stick. Again, in the matter of the menu for his lordship's initial dinner, which we had determined might well be tendered him at my establishment, both husband and wife were rather keen for an elaborate repast of many courses, feeling that anything less would be doing insufficient honour to their illustrious guest. But I at length convinced them that I quite knew what his lordship would prefer: a vegetable soup, an abundance of boiled mutton with potatoes, a thick pudding, a bit of scientifically correct cheese, and a jug of beer. Rather trying they were at my first mention of this, a dinner quite without finesse, to be sure, but eminently nutritive, and only their certainty that I knew his lordship's ways made them give in. The affair was to be confined to the family, his lordship the only guest, this being thought discreet for the night of his arrival in view of the peculiar nature of his mission. Belknap Jackson had hoped against hope that the mixer might not be present, and even so late as the day of his lordship's arrival he was cheered by word that she might be compelled to keep her bed with a neuralgia. To the afternoon train I accompanied him in his new motor-car, finding him not a little distressed because the chauffeur, a native of the town, had stoutly, and with some not nice words, I gathered, refused to wear the smart uniform which his employer had provided. "I would have shopped the fellow in an instant," he confided to me, "had it been at any other time. He was most impertinent, but, as usual, here I am at the mercy of circumstances. We couldn't well subject Brinstead to those loathsome public conveyances." We waited in the usual throng of the leisured lower classes, who are so naively pleased at the passage of a train. I found myself picturing their childish wonder had they guessed the identity of him we were there to meet. Even as the train appeared, Belknap Jackson made a last moan of complaint. "Mrs. Pettingill," he observed dejectedly, "is about the house again, and I fear will be quite well enough to be with us this evening." For a moment I almost quite disapproved of the fellow. I mean to say, he was vogue, and all that, and no doubt had been wretchedly mistreated. But after all, the mixer was not one to be wished ill to. A moment later I was contrasting the quiet arrival of his lordship with the clamour and confusion that had marked the advent among us of the Honourable George. He carried but one bag and attracted no attention whatever from the station loungers. While I have never known him to be entirely vogue in his appointments, his lordship carries off a lounge suit and his grey cloth hat with a certain manner, which the Honourable George was never known to achieve, even in the days when I groomed him. The greyish, rather aggressive-looking side whiskers first caught my eye, and a moment later I had taken his hand. Belknap Jackson at the same time took his bag, and with a trepidation so obvious that his lordship may perhaps have been excusable for a momentary misapprehension. I mean to say, he instantly and crisply directed Belknap Jackson to go forward to the luggage van and recover his box. A bit awkward it was, to be sure, but I speedily took the situation in hand by formally presenting the two men, covering the palpable embarrassment of the host by explaining to his lordship the astounding ingenuity of the American luggage system. By the time I had deprived him of his check and convinced him that his box would be admirably recovered by a person delegated to that service, Belknap Jackson, again in form, was apologizing to him for the squalid character of the station and for the hardships he must be prepared to endure in a crude western village. Here again the host was annoyed by having to call repeatedly to his mechanician in order to detach him from a gossiping group of loungers. He came smoking a quite fearfully bad cigar, and took his place at the wheel entirely without any suitable deference to his employer. His lordship, during the ride, rather pointedly surveyed me, being impressed, I dare say, by something in my appearance and manner quite new to him. Doubtless I had been feeling equal for so long that the thing was to be noticed in my manner. He made no comment upon me, however. Indeed, almost the only time he spoke during our passage was to voice his astonishment at not having been able to procure the London Times at the press stalls along the way. His host made clucking noises of sympathy at this. He had, he said, already warned his lordship that America was still crude.
"Crude? Of course, what?" exclaimed his lordship. "But naturally they'd have the Times. I dare say the beggars were too lazy to look it out. Laziness, what?"
"We've a job teaching them to know their places," ventured Belknap Jackson, moodily regarding the back of his chauffeur, which somehow contrived to be eloquent, with disrespect for him.
"My word, what rot!"
rejoined his lordship. I saw that he had arrived in one of his peppery moods. I fancy he could not have recited a multiplication table without becoming fanatically assertive about it. That was his way. I doubt if he had ever condescended to have an opinion. What might have been opinions came out on him like a rash in form of the most violent convictions.
"What rot, not to know their places, when they must know them,"
he snappishly added.
"Quite so,"
his host hastened to assure him.
"A dashed fine big country you have,"
was his only other observation.
Indeed,
murmured his host mildly. I had rather dreaded the oath which his lordship is prone to use lightly. Reaching the Belknap Jackson house, his lordship was shown to the apartment prepared for him. "Tea will be served in half an hour, your Brinstead," announced his host cordially, although seemingly at a loss how to address him.
"Quite so. What? Tea, of course. Why wouldn't it be? Meantime, if you don't mind, I'll have a word with Ruggles at once."
Belknap Jackson softly and politely withdrew at once. Alone with his lordship, I thought it best to acquaint him most instantly with the change in my circumstances, touching lightly upon the matter of my now being an equal with rather most of the North Americans. He listened with exemplary patience to my brief recital, and was good enough to felicitate me.
"Assure you, glad to hear it. Glad no end. Worthy fellow, always knew it. And equal, of course. Take up their equality by all means if you take 'em up themselves. Curious lot of nose-talking beggars, and putting ours. Every place one shouldn't. But don't blame you. Do it myself if I could. England gone to pot, quite."
"Gone to pot, sir?"
I gasped. "Don't argue. Course it has. Women, slasher fiends, and firebrands. Pictures, churches, golf greens, cabinet members, nothing safe. Pouring their beastly filth into pillar boxes. Women one knows. Hussies, though. Want the vote. Rot. Awful rot. Don't blame you for America. Wish I might, too. Good thing, my word. No backbone in Downing Street. Let the fiends out again directly they're hungry. No system. No firmness. No dash. Starve 'em proper, I would."
He was working himself into no end of a state. I sought to divert him. "About the Honourable George, sir," I ventured.
"What's the silly ass up to now? Dancing girl got him, yes? How he does it I can't think. No looks, no manner, no way with women. Can't stand him myself. However can they? Frightful bore old George is. Well, well, man, I'm waiting. Tell me.
Briefly, I disclosed to him that his brother had entangled himself with a young person who had indeed been a dancing girl, or a bit like that, in the province of Alaska. That at the time of my cable there was strong reason to believe she would stop at nothing, even marriage, but that I had since come to suspect that she might be bent only on making a fool of her victim, she being, although an honest enough character, rather inclined to levity and without proper respect for established families. I hinted briefly at the social warfare of which she had been a storm centre. I said again, remembering the warm words of the mixer and of my charwoman, that to the best of my knowledge her character was without blemish. All at once I was feeling preposterously sorry for the creature. His lordship listened, though with a crossfire of interruptions.
Alaska dancing girl. Silly. Nothing but snow and mines in Alaska.
Or again,
make a fool of old George? What silly piffle. Already done it himself. What? Waste her time.
And if she wasn't keen to marry him, had I called him across the ocean to intervene in a vulgar village squabble about social precedence?
Social precedence. Silly rot.
I insisted that his brother should be seen to. One couldn't tell what the woman might do. Her audacity was tremendous, even for an American. To this he listened more patiently.
Dare say you're right. You don't go off your head easily. I'll rag him proper now I'm here. Always knew the ass would make a silly marriage if he could. Yes, I'll break it up quick enough. I say I'll break it up proper. Dancers and that sort, dangerous. But I know their tricks.
A summons to tea below interrupted him.
Hungry, my word. Hardly dared eat in that dining coach. Tinned stuff all about one. Appendicitis. American Journal. Some colonel chap found it out. Hunting sort. Looked a fool beside his silly horse, but seemed to know. Took no chances. Said the tin opener slays its thousands. Rot, no doubt. Perhaps not.
I led him below, hardly daring at the moment to confess my own responsibility for his fears. Another time, I thought, we might chat of it. Belknap Jackson, with his wife and the mixer, awaited us. His lordship was presented, and I excused myself. Mrs. Pettingill, his lordship, the Earl of Grinstead, had been the host's speech, a presentation to the mixer.
How do, Earl? I'm right glad to meet you.
had been the mixer's acknowledgment, together with a hearty grasp of the hand. I saw his lordship's face brighten. "What ho!" he cried, with the first cheerfulness he had exhibited, and the mixer, still vigorously pumping his hand, had replied, "Same here," with a vast smile of good nature. It occurred to me that they at least were quite going to get each other, as Americans say. "Come right in and sit down in the parlor," she was saying at the last. "I don't eat between meals like you English folks are always doing, but I'll take a shot of hooch with you." The Belknap Jacksons stood back, not a little distressed. They seemed to publish that their guest was being torn from them. "A shot of hooch?" observed his lordship. "I dare say. Your shooting over here is absolutely top hole. Keener sport than our popping at driven birds. What? End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. At a latish 7, when the grill had become nicely filled with a representative crowd, the Belknap Jacksons arrived with his lordship. The latter had not dressed, and I was able to detect that Belknap Jackson, doubtless noting his guest's attire at the last moment, had hastily changed back to a lounge suit of his own. Also, I noted the absence of the mixer, and wondered how the host had contrived to eliminate her. On this point he found an opportunity to enlighten me before taking his seat. "Mark my words, that old devil is up to something," he darkly said, and I saw that he was genuinely put about, for not often does he fall into strong language. "After pushing herself forward with his lordship all through tea-time in the most brazen manner, she announces that she has a previous dinner engagement and can't be with us. I'm as well pleased to have her absent, of course, but I'd pay handsomely to know what her little game is. Imagine her not dining with the Earl of Brinstead when she had the chance. That shows something's wrong. I don't like it. I tell you, she's capable of things." I mused upon this. The mixer was undoubtedly capable of things, especially things concerning her son-in-law, and yet I could imagine no opening for her at the present moment, and said as much. And Mrs. Belknap Jackson, I was glad to observe, did not share her husband's evident worry. She had entered the place plumingly, as it were, sweeping the length of the room before his lordship, with quite all the manner her somewhat stubby figure could carry off. Seated, she became at once vivacious, chatting to his lordship brightly and continuously, raking the room the while with her lorgnon. Half a dozen ladies of the North Side set were with parties at other tables. I saw she was immensely stimulated by the circumstance that these friends were unaware of her guest's identity. I divined that before the evening was over she would contrive to disclose it. His lordship responded but dully to her animated chat. He is never less urbane than when hungry, and I took pains to have his favourite soup served quite almost at once. This he fell upon. I may say that he has always a hearty manner of attacking his soup. Not infrequently he makes noises. He did so on this occasion. I mean to say, there was no finesse. I hovered near, anxious that the service should be without flaw. His head bent slightly over his plate. I saw a spoonful of soup ascending with precision toward his lips. But, curiously, it halted in mid-air, then fell back. His lordship's eyes had become fixed upon someone back of me. At once, too, I noted looks of consternation upon the faces of the Belknap-Jacksons, the hostess freezing in the very midst of some choice phrase she had smilingly begun. I turned quickly. It was the Klondike person, radiant in the costume of black and the black hat. She moved down the hushed room with well-lifted chin, eyes straight ahead and narrowed to but a faint, offended consciousness of the staring crowd. It was well done. It was superior. I am able to judge those things. Reaching a table the second but one from the Belknap-Jacksons, she relaxed finely from the austere note of her progress and turned to her companions with a pretty and quite perfect confusion as to which chair she might occupy. Quite awfully, these companions were the mixer, overwhelming in black velvet and diamonds, and Cousin Egbert, uncomfortable enough looking, but as correctly enveloped in evening dress as he could ever manage by himself. His cravat had been tied many times and needed it once more. They were seated by the raccoon, with quite all his impressiveness of manner. They faced the Belknap-Jackson party, yet seemed unconscious of its presence. Cousin Egbert, with a bored manner which I am certain he achieved only with tremendous effort, scanned my simple menu. The mixer settled herself with a vast air of comfort and arranged various hand belongings about her on the table. Between them the Klondike woman sat with a restraint that would actually not have ill become one of our own women. She did not look about, her hands were still, her head was up. At former times, with her own set, she had been wont to exhibit a rather defiant vivacity. Now she did not challenge. Finely, eloquently, there pervaded her a reserve that seemed almost to exhale a fragrance. But of course that is silly rot. I mean to say, she drew the attention without visible effort. She only waited. The Earl of Brinstead, as we all saw, had continued to stare. Thrice slowly arose the spoon of soup, for mere animal habit was strong upon him, yet at a certain elevation it each time fell slowly back. He was acting like a mechanical toy. Then the mixer caught his eye and nodded crisply. He bobbed in response. "What ho! The Dowager!" he exclaimed, and that time the soup was successfully resumed.
"Poor old mater,"
sighed his hostess.
"She's constantly taking up people. One does, you know, in these queer western towns."
"Jolly old thing, awfully good sport," said his lordship, but his eyes were not on the mixer. Terribly then I recalled the Honourable George's behaviour at that same table the night he had first viewed this Klondike person. His lordship was staring in much the same fashion. Yet I was relieved to observe that the woman this time was quite unconscious of the interest she had aroused. In the case of the Honourable George, who had frankly ogled her, for the poor chap has ever lacked the finer shades in these matters, she had not only been aware of it, but had deliberately played upon it. It is not too much to say that she had shown herself to be a creature of blandishments. More than once she had permitted her eyes to rest upon him with that peculiarly womanish gaze, which, although superficially of a blank innocence, is yet all-seeing, and even shoots little fine arrows of questions from its ambuscade. But now she was ignoring his lordship as utterly as she did the Belknap-Jacksons. To be sure, she may later have been in some way informed that his eyes were seeking her, but never once, I am sure, did she descend to even a veiled challenge of his glance, or betray the faintest discreet consciousness of it, and this I was indeed glad to note in her. Clearly she must know where to draw the line, permitting herself a malicious laxity with a younger brother, which she would not have the presumption to essay with the holder of the title. Pleased I was, I say, to detect in her this proper respect for his lordship's position. It showed her to be not all unworthy. The dinner proceeded, his lordship being good enough to compliment me on the fare, which I knew was done to his liking. Yet, even in the very presence of the boiled mutton, his eyes were too often upon his neighbour. When he behaved thus, in the presence of a dish of mutton, I had not to be told that he was strongly moved. I uneasily recalled now that he had once been a bit of a dog himself. I mean to say, there was talk in the countryside, though of course it had died out, a score of years ago. I thought it as well, however, that he be told almost immediately that the person he honoured with his glance was no other than the one he had come to subtract his unfortunate brother from. The dinner progressed, somewhat jerkily because of his lordship's inattention, through the pudding and cheese to coffee. Never had I known his lordship behave so languidly in the presence of food he cared for. His hosts ate even less. They were worried. Mrs. Belknap Jackson, however, could simply no longer contain within herself the secret of their guest's identity. With excuses to the deaf ears of his lordship, she left to address a friend at a distant table. She addressed others at other tables, leaving a flutter of sensation in her wake. Belknap Jackson, having lighted one of his non-throat cigarettes, endeavoured to engross his lordship with an account of their last election of officers to the country club. His lordship was not properly attentive to this. Indeed, with his hostess gone, he no longer made any pretence of concealing his interest in the other table. I saw him catch the eye of the mixer, and, astonishingly, intercepted from her a swift but most egregious wink. "One moment," said his lordship to the host. "Must pay my respects to the dowager, what? Jolly old Muggins, yes." And he was gone. I heard the mixer's amazing presentation speech. "Mrs. Kenner, Mr. Floud, his lordship. Say, listen here. Is your right name Brinstead or Basingwell, like your brother's?" The Klondike person acknowledged the thing with a faintly gracious nod. It carried an air, despite the slightness of it. Cousin Egbert was more cordial. "Pleased to meet you, Lord," said he, and grasped the newcomer's hand. "Come on, sit in with us, and have some coffee and a cigar. Here, Jeff, bring the Lord a good cigar. We was just talking about you that minute. How do you like our town? Say, this here Coolanch Valley—" I lost the rest. His lordship had seated himself. At his own table, Belknap Jackson writhed acutely. He was lighting a second cigarette. The first, not yet a quarter consumed. At once the four began to be thick as thieves, though it was apparent that his lordship had eyes only for the woman. Coffee was brought. His lordship lighted his cigar, and now the word had so run from Mrs. Belknap Jackson that all eyes were drawn to this table. She had created her sensation, and it had become, all at once, more of one than she had thought. From Mrs. Judge Ballard's table I caught her glare at her unconscious mother. It was not the way one's daughter should regard one in public. Presently contriving to pass the table again, I noted that Cousin Egbert had changed his form of address. "Have some brandy with your coffee, Earl. Here, Jeff, bring Earl and all of us some liqueurs." I divined the monstrous truth that he supposed himself to be calling his lordship by his first name, and he in turn must have understood my shocked glance of rebuke, for a bit later, with glad relief in his tones, he was addressing his lordship as Cap, and myself he had given the rank of colonel. The Klondike person in the beginning finally maintained her reserve. Only at the last did she descend to vivacity, or the use of her eyes. This later laxness made me wonder if, after all, she would feel bound to pay his lordship the respect he was wont to command from her class. "You and poor George are rather alike," I overheard, "except that he uses the single what, and you use the double. Hasn't he any right to use the double what yet? And what does it mean, anyway? Tell us." What?" demanded his lordship, a bit puzzled. "But that's it. What do you say what for? It can't do you any good."
What? But I mean to say, you're having me on. My word, you are spoofing. I mean to say, what? To be sure, chaffing lot you are."
He laughed. He was behaving almost with levity. "But poor old George is so much younger than you. You must make allowances," I again caught her saying, and his lordship replied,
Not at all. Matter of a half-score years. Barely a half-score. 9 and a few months. Younger? What rot. Chaffing again."
Really, it was a bit thick, the creature saying "poor old George," quite as if he were something in an institution, having to be wheeled about in a bath-chair with rugs and water bottles. Glad I was when the trio gave signs of departure. It was woman's craft dictating it, I dare say. She had made her effect and knew when to go. "Of course, we shall have to talk over my dreadful designs on your poor old George," said the amazing woman, intently regarding his lordship at parting.
"Leave it to me,"
said he, with a scarcely veiled significance.
"Well, see you again, Cap," said Cousin Egbert warmly. "I'll take you around to meet some of the boys. We'll see you have a good time." "What ho!" his lordship replied cordially. The Klondike person flashed him one enigmatic look, then turned to precede her companions. Again down the thronged room she swept, with that chin-lifted, drooping-eyed, faintly offended half-consciousness of some staring rabble at hand that concerned her not at all. Her alert feminine foes, I am certain, read no slightest trace of amusement in her unwavering lowered glance. So easily she could have been crude here. Belknap Jackson, enduring his ignominious solitude to the limit of his powers, had joined his wife at the lower end of the room. They had taken the unfortunate development with what grace they could. His lordship had dropped in upon them quite informally, charming man that he was. Of course, he would quickly break up the disgraceful affair, beginning at once. They would doubtless entertain him in a quiet way. At the deserted table, his lordship now relieved a certain sickening apprehension that had beset me. What? Quite right to call me out here. Shan't forget it. Dangerous creature, that. Badly needed I was. Can't think why you waited so long. Anything might have happened to old George. Break it up proper, though. Never do at all. Impossible person for him. Quite.
I saw they had indeed taken no pains to hide the woman's identity from him, nor their knowledge of his reason for coming out to the States. though with wretchedly low taste they had done this chaffingly. Yet it was only too plain that his lordship now realized what had been the profound gravity of the situation, and I was glad to see that he meant to end it without any nonsense.
"Silly ass, old George, though,"
he added as the Belknap-Jacksons approached.
"How a creature like that could ever have fancied him? What?"
His hosts were profuse in their apologies for having so thoughtlessly run away from his lordship. They carried it off rather well. They were keen for sitting at the table once more, as the other observant diners were lingering on, but his lordship would have none of this.
"Stuffy place," said he. "Best be getting on."
And so, reluctantly, they led him down the gauntlet of widened eyes. Even so, the 10th Earl of Grinstead had dined publicly with them. More than repaid they were for the slight the Honourable George had put upon them in the affair of the pianoforte artist. An hour later, Belknap-Jackson had me on by telephone. His voice was not a little worried.
"I say, is his lordship, the Earl, subject to spells of any sort? We were in the library, where I was showing him some photographic views of dear old Boston, and right over a superb print of our public library, he seemed to lose consciousness. Might it be a stroke? Or do you think it's just a healthy sleep? And shall I venture to shake him? How would he take that? Or should I merely cover him with a travelling rug? It would be so dreadful if anything happened when he's been with us such a little time."
I knew his lordship. He has the gift of sleeping quite informally when his attention is not too closely engaged. I suggested that the host set his musical phonograph in motion on some one of the more audible selections. As I heard no more from him that night, I dare say my plan worked. Our town, as may be imagined, buzzed with transcendent gossip on the morrow. The recorder disclosed at last that the Belknap-Jacksons of Boston and Redgap were quietly entertaining his lordship, the Earl of Grinstead, though since the evening before this had been news to hardly anyone. Nor need it be said that a viciously fermenting element in the gossip concerned the apparently cordial meeting of his lordship with the Klondike person, an encounter that had been watched with jealous eyes by more than one matron of the North Side set. It was even intimated that if his lordship had come to put the creature in her place, he had chosen a curious way to set about it. Also, there were hard words uttered of the Belknap-Jacksons by Mrs. Effie, and severe blame put upon myself because his lordship had not come out to the floods.
"But the Grinsteads have always stopped with us before,"
she went about saying, as if there had been quite a long succession of them. I mean to say, only the Honourable George had stopped on with them, unless indeed the woman actually counted me as one. Between herself and Mrs. Belknap-Jackson, I understood, there ensued early that morning by telephone a passage of virulent acidity, Mrs. Effie being heard by Cousin Egbert to say bluntly that she would get even. Undoubtedly, she did not share the annoyance of the Belknap-Jacksons at certain eccentricities now developed by his lordship, which made him at times a trying house-guest. That first morning he arose at 5 sharp, a custom of his which I deeply regretted not having warned his host about. Discovering quite no one about, he had ventured abroad in search of breakfast, finding it at length in the eating establishment known as Bert's Place, in company with engine-drivers, plate-layers, milk-persons, and others of a common sort. Thereafter he had tramped furiously about the town and its environs for some hours, at last encountering Cousin Egbert, who escorted him to the Floud home for his first interview with the Honourable George. The latter received his lordship in bed. So Cousin Egbert later informed me. He had left the two together, whereupon for an hour there were heard quite all over the house words of the most explosive character. Cousin Egbert, much alarmed at the passionate beginning of the interview, suspected they might do each other a mischief, and for some moments hovered about with the aim, if need be, of preserving human life. But as the uproar continued evenly, he at length concluded they would do no more than talk, the outcome proving the accuracy of his surmise. Mrs. Effie, meantime, saw her opportunity, and seized it with a cool readiness which I have often remarked in her. Belknap Jackson, distressed beyond measure at the strange absence of his guest, had communicated with me by telephone several times without result. Not until near noon was I able to give him any light. Mrs. Effie had then called me to know what his lordship preferred for luncheon. Replying that cold beef, pickles, and beer were his usual midday fancy, I hastened to allay the fears of the Belknap Jacksons, only to find that Mrs. Effie had been before me. "She says," came the annoyed voice of the host, "that the dear Earl dropped in for a chat with his brother and has most delightfully begged her to give him luncheon. She says he will doubtless wish to drive with them this afternoon, but I had already planned to drive him myself to the country club and about. The woman is high-handed, I must say. For God's sake, can't you do something?" I was obliged to tell him straight that the thing was beyond me, though I promised to recover his guest promptly should any opportunity occur. The latter did not, however, drive with the Floods that afternoon. He was observed walking abroad with Cousin Egbert, and it was later reported by persons of unimpeachable veracity that they had been seen to enter the Klondike person's establishment. Evening drew on without further news, but then certain elated members of the Bohemian set made it loosely known that they were that evening to dine informally at their leader's house to meet his lordship. It seemed a bit extraordinary to me, yet I could not but rejoice that he should thus adopt the peaceful methods of diplomacy for the extrication of his brother. Belknap Jackson now telephoning to know if I had heard this report. Kennard, he styled it. I confirmed it and remarked that his lordship was undoubtedly by way of bringing strong pressure to bear on the woman. "But I had expected him to meet a few people here this evening," cried the host pathetically. I was then obliged to tell him that the Brinsteads for centuries had been bluntly averse to meeting a few people. It seemed to run in the blood. The Bohemian dinner, although quite informal, was said to have been highly enjoyed by all, including the Honourable George, who was among those present, as well as Cousin Egbert. The latter gossiped briefly of the affair the following day. "Sure, the Cap had a good time all right," he said. "Of course he ain't the mixer the judge is, but he livens up quite some, now and then. Talks like a bunch of firecrackers going off all to once, don't he? Funny guy. I walked with him to the Jacksons about 12 or 1. He's going back to Miss Kenner's house today. He says it'll take a lot of talking back and forth to get this thing settled right. And it's got to be right, he says. He's seen that right off." He paused as if to meditate profoundly. "If you was to ask me, though, I'd say she had him. Just like that." He held an open hand toward me, then tightly clenched it. Suspecting he might spread absurd gossip of this sort, I explained carefully to him that his lordship had indeed at once perceived her to be a dangerous woman, and that he was now taking his own cunning way to break off the distressing affair between her and his brother. He listened patiently, but seemed wedded to some monstrous view of his own.
"Them dames of that there north side set better watch out," he remarked ominously. "First thing they know, what that cake kenner'll hand them, they can make a lemonade out of."
I could make but little of this, save its general import, which was, of course, quite shockingly preposterous. I found myself wishing to be sure that his lordship had been able to accomplish his mission to North America without appearing to meet the person as a social equal, as I feared indeed that a wrong impression of his attitude would be gained by the undiscerning public. It might have been better, I was almost quite certain, had he adopted a stern and even brutal method at the outset, instead of the circuitous and diplomatic. Belknap Jackson shared this view with me.
"I should hate dreadfully to have his lordship's reputation suffer for this,"
he confided to me. The first week dragged to its close in this regrettable fashion. Oftener than not, his host caught no glimpse of his lordship throughout the day. The smart trap and the tandem team were constantly ready, but he had not yet been driven abroad by his host. Each day he alleged the necessity of conferring with the woman.
"Dangerous creature, my word, but dangerous," he would announce. "Takes no end of managing. Do it, though. Do it proper. Take a high hand with her. Can't have silly old George in a mess. Own brother, what? Time needed, though. Not with you at dinner, if you don't mind. Creature has a way of picking up things not half nasty."
But each day Belknap Jackson met him with pressing offers of such entertainment as the town afforded. 3 times he had been obliged to postpone the informal evening affair for a few smart people. Yet, though patient, he was determined. Reluctantly at last he abandoned the design of driving his guest about in the trap, but he insistently put forward the motor car. He would drive it himself. They would spend pleasant hours going about the country. His lordship continued elusive. To myself he confided that his host was a nagger.
"Awfully nagging sort, yes. Doesn't know the strain I'm under getting this silly affair straight. Country, interesting, no doubt, what? But, my word, saw nothing but country coming out. Country quite all about, miles and miles, both sides of the metals. Seen enough country. Seen motor cars, too, my word. Enough of both, what?
Yet it seemed that on the Saturday after his arrival he could no longer decently put off his insistent host. He consented to accompany him in the motor car. Rotten judging it was on the part of Belknap Jackson. He should have listened to me. They departed after luncheon, the host at the wheel. I had his account of such following events as I did not myself observe.
"A country club," he observed early in the drive. "No one there, of course. You'd never believe the trouble I've had."
"Jolly good club," replied his lordship. "Drive back that way."
Back that way, it appeared, would take them by the detached villa of the Klondike person.
"Stop here,"
directed his lordship.
"Shan't detain you a moment."
This was at 2:30 of a fair afternoon. I am able to give but the bare facts, yet I must assume that the emotions of Belknap Jackson as he waited there during the ensuing 2 hours were of a quite distressing nature. As much was intimated by several observant townspeople who passed him. He was said to be distrait, to be smoking his cigarettes furiously. At 4:30 his lordship reappeared. With apparent solicitude he escorted the Klondike person, fetchingly gowned in a street costume of the latest mode. They chatted gaily to the car.
"Hope I've not kept you waiting, old chap,"
said his lordship genially.
"Time slips by one so. You two met, of course.
He bestowed his companion in the tonneau and ensconced himself beside her.
"Drive," said he, "to your good shops. Drapers, chemists, where was it?"
"To the Central Market," responded the lady in bell-like tones. "Then to the Red Front store, and to that dear little Japanese shop, if he doesn't mind."
"Mind? Course not. Are you warm? Let me fasten the robe."
I confess to have felt a horrid fascination for this moment as I was able to reconstruct it from Belknap Jackson's impassioned words. It was by way of being one of those scenes we properly loathe, yet morbidly cannot resist overlooking if opportunity offers. Into the flood tide of our Saturday shopping throng swept the car and its remarkably assembled occupants. The street fair gasped. The woman's former parade of the Honorable George had been as nothing to this exposure.
"Poor Jackson's face was a study,"
declared the mixer to me later. I dare say it was still a study when my own turn came to observe it. The car halted before the shops that had been designated. The Klondike person dispatched her commissions in a superbly leisured manner, attentively accompanied by the Earl of Brinstead, bearing packages for her. Belknap Jackson, at the wheel, stared straight ahead. I am told he bore himself with dignity, even when some of our more ingenious citizens paused to converse with him concerning his new motor car. He is even said to have managed a smile when his passengers returned.
"I have it,"
exclaimed his lordship now.
"Deuced good plan. Go to that Ruggles place for a jolly fat tea. No end of a spree, what?"
It is said that on 3 occasions in turning his car and traversing the short block to the grill, the owner escaped disastrous collision with other vehicles only by the narrowest possible margin. He may have courted something of the sort. I dare say he was desperate.
"Join us, of course,"
said his lordship as he assisted his companion to alight. Again I am told the host managed to illumine his refusal with a smile. He would take no tea, the doctor's orders. The surprising pair entered at the height of my tea hour and were served to an accompaniment of stares from the ladies present. To this they appeared oblivious, being intent upon their conference. His lordship was amiable to a degree. It now occurred to me that he had found the woman even more dangerous than he had at first supposed. He was being forced to play a deep game with her, and was meeting guile with guile. He had, I suspected, found his poor brother far deeper in than any of us had thought. Doubtless he had written compromising letters that must be secured, letters she would hold at a price. And yet I had never before had excuse to believe his lordship possessed the diplomatic temperament. I reflected that I must always have misread him. He was deep, after all. Not until the two left did I learn that Belknap Jackson awaited them with his car. He loitered about in adjacent doorways, quite like a hired fellow. He was passionately smoking more cigarettes than were good for him. I escorted my guests to the car. Belknap Jackson took his seat with but one glance at me, yet it was eloquent of all the ignominy that had been heaped upon him. "Home, I think," said the lady when they were well seated. She said it charmingly.
"Home,"
repeated his lordship.
Are you quite protected by the robe?"
An incautious pedestrian at the next crossing narrowly escaped being run down. He shook a fist at the vanishing car and uttered a stream of oaths so vile that he would instantly have been taken up in any well-policed city. Half an hour later, Belknap Jackson called me. He got out with that fiend. He's staying on there. But, my gad, can nothing be done?" "His lordship is playing a most desperate game," I hastened to assure him. "He's meeting difficulties. She must have her dupe's letters in her possession. Blackmail, I dare say. Best leave his lordship free. He's a deep character." "He presumed far this afternoon. Only the man's position saved him with me." His voice seemed choked with anger. Then, remotely, faint as a distant cannonading, a rumble reached me. It was hoarse laughter of the mixer, perhaps in another room. The electric telephone has been perfected in the States to a marvelous delicacy of response. I now found myself observing Mrs. Effie, who had been among the absorbed onlookers while the pair were at their tea, she having occupied a table with Mrs. Judge Ballard and Mrs. Dr. Martingale. Deeply immersed in thought she had been, scarce replying to her companions. Her eyes had narrowed in a way I well knew when she reviewed the social field. Still absorbed she was when Cousin Egbert entered, accompanied by the Honourable George. The latter had seen but little of his brother since their first stormy interview, but he had also seen little of the Klondike woman. His spirits, however, had seemed quite undashed. He rarely missed his tea. Now, as they seated themselves, they were joined quickly by Mrs. Effie, who engaged her relative in earnest converse. It was easy to see that she begged a favour. She kept a hand on his arm. She urged. Presently, seeming to have achieved her purpose, she left them, and I paused to greet the pair.
"I guess that there Mrs. Effie is awful silly,"
remarked Cousin Egbert enigmatically.
"No, sir, she can't ever tell how the cat is going to jump."
Nor would he say more, though he most elatedly held a secret. With this circumstance I connected the announcement in Monday's Recorder that Mrs. Senator Floud would on that evening entertain at dinner the members of Redgap's Bohemian set, including Mrs. Kate Kenner, the guest of honour being his lordship the Earl of Brinstead, at present visiting in this city. Covers, it added, would be laid for 14. I saw that Cousin Egbert would have been made the ambassador to conduct what must have been a business of some delicacy. Among the members of the North Side set, the report occasioned the wildest alarm, and yet so staunch were known to be the principles of Mrs. Effie that few accused her of downright treachery. It seemed to be felt that she was but lending herself to the furtherance of some deep design of his lordship's. Blackmail, the recovery of compromising letters, the avoidance of legal proceedings, these were hinted at. For myself, I suspected that she had merely misconstrued the seeming cordiality of his lordship toward the woman, and, at the expense of the Belknap Jacksons, had sought the honour of entertaining him. If, to do that, she must entertain the woman, well and good. She was not one to funk her fences with the game in sight. Consulting me as to the menu for her dinner, she allowed herself to be persuaded to the vegetable soup, boiled mutton, thick pudding, and cheese, which I recommended, though she pleaded at length for a chance to use the new fish set, and for a complicated salad portrayed in her latest woman's magazine. Covered with grated nuts, it was, in the illustration. I was able, however, to convince her that his lordship would regard grated nuts as silly. From Belknap Jackson I learned by telephone. During these days, being sensitive, he stopped in almost quite continuously, that Mrs. Effie had profusely explained to his wife about the dinner.
Of course, my dear, I couldn't have the presumption to ask you and your husband to sit at table with the creature, even if he did think it all right to drive her about town on a shopping trip. But I thought we ought to do something to make the dear Earl's visit one to be remembered. He's so appreciative. I'm sure you understand just how things are."
In reciting this speech to me, Belknap Jackson essayed to simulate the tone and excessive manner of a woman gushing falsely. The fellow was quite bitter about it. "I sometimes think I'll give up," he concluded. "God only knows what things are coming to." It began to seem even to me that they were coming a bit thick, but I knew that his lordship was a determined man. He was of the bulldog breed that has made old England what it is. I mean to say, I knew he would put the woman in her place. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Echoes of the Monday night dinner reached me the following day. The affair had passed off pleasantly enough, the members of the Bohemian set conducting themselves quite as persons who mattered, with the exception of the Klondike woman herself, who, I gathered, had descended to a mood of most indecorous liveliness, considering who the guest of honor was. She had not only played and sung those noisy native folk songs of hers, but she had, it seemed, conducted herself with a certain facetious familiarity toward his lordship. "Every now and then," said Cousin Egbert, my principal informant, "she'd whirl in and josh the cap all over the place about them funny whiskers he wears. She told him out and out he'd just got to lose them." "Shocking rudeness!" I exclaimed. "Oh, sure," he agreed, yet without indignation. "And the cap just hated her for it. You could tell that by the way he looked at her. Oh, he hates her something terrible. He just can't bear the sight of her." "Naturally enough," I observed, though there had been an undercurrent to his speech that I thought almost quite a little odd. His accents were queerly placed. Had I not known him too well, I should have thought him trying to be deep. I recalled his other phrases, that Mrs. Effie was seeing which way a cat would leap, and that the Klondike person would hand the ladies of the North Side set a lemon squash. I put them all down as childish prattle, and said as much to the mixer later in the day, as she had a dish of tea at the grill. "Yes, sourdough's right," she observed. "That Earl just hates the sight of her, can't bear to look at her a minute." But she, too, intoned the thing queerly. "He's putting pressure to bear on her," I said. "Pressure?" said the mixer, and then, very dryly. With this news, however, it was plain as a pillar box that things were going badly with his lordship's effort to release the Honourable George from his entanglement. The woman, doubtless, with his compromising letters, would be holding out for a stiffish price. She would think them worth no end. And plainly again, his lordship had thrown off his mask, was unable longer to conceal his aversion for her. This, to be sure, was more in accordance with his character, as I had long observed it. If he hated her, it was like him to show it when he looked at her. I mean, he was quite like that with almost anyone. I hoped, however, that diplomacy might still save us all sorts of a nasty row. To my relief, when the pair appeared for tea that afternoon, a sight no longer causing the least sensation, I saw that his lordship must have returned to his first or diplomatic manner. Doubtless he still hated her, but one would little have suspected it from his manner of looking at her. I mean to say, he looked at her another way. The opposite way, in fact. He was being subtle in the extreme. I fancied it must have been her wretched levity regarding his beard that had goaded him into the exhibitions of hatred noted by Cousin Egbert and the mixer. Unquestionably his lordship may be goaded in no time, if one deliberately sets about it. At the time, doubtless, he had sliced a drive or two, as one might say, but now he was back in form. Again, I confess I was not a little sorry for the creature, seeing her there so smartly taken in by his effusive manner. He was having her on in the most obvious way, and she, poor dupe, taking it all quite seriously. Prime it was, though, considering the creature's designs, and I again marvelled that in all the years of my association with his lordship I had never suspected what a topping sort he could be at this game. His mask was now perfect. It recalled indeed Cousin Egbert's simple but telling phrase about the Honourable George. "He looks at her." It could now have been said of his lordship with the utmost significance to any but those in the know. And so began, quite as had the first, the second week of his lordship's stay among us. Knowing he had booked a return from Cook's, I fancied that results of some sort must soon ensue. The pressure he was putting on the woman must begin to tell, and this was the extreme of the encouragement I was able to offer the Belknap-Jacksons. Both he and his wife were, of course, in a bit of a state, nor could I blame them. With an earl for house-guest, they must be content with but a glimpse of him at odd moments. Rather a barren honour they were finding it. His lordship's confidences with the woman were unabated. When not secluded with her at her own establishment, he would be abroad with her in her trap, or in the car of Belknap-Jackson. The owner, however, no longer drove his car. He had never taken another chance, and well I knew these activities of his lordship's were being basely misconstrued by the gossips.
"The cap is certainly some queener," remarked Cousin Egbert,
which perhaps reflected the view of the deceived public at this time, the curious term implying that his lordship was by way of being a bit of a dog. But calm I remained under these aspersions, counting upon a clean-cut vindication of his lordship's methods when he should have got the woman where he wished her. I remained, I repeat, serenely confident that a signal triumph would presently crown his lordship's subtly planned attack. And then, at midweek, I was rudely shocked to the suspicion that all might not be going well with his plan. I had not seen the pair for a day, and when they did appear for their tea, I instantly detected a profound change in their mutual bearing. His lordship still looked at the woman, but the raillery of their past meetings had gone. Too plainly something momentous had occurred. Even the woman was serious. Had they fought to the last stand? Would she have been too much for him? I mean to say, was the Honourable George cooked? I now recalled that I had observed an almost similar change in the latter's manner. His face wore a look of wildest gloom that might have been mitigated perhaps by a proper trimming of his beard, but even then it would have been remarked by those who knew him well. I divined, I repeat, that something momentous had now occurred, and that the Honourable George was one not least affected by it. Rather a sleepless night I passed, wondering fearfully if, after all, his lordship would have been unable to extricate the poor chap from this sordid entanglement. Had the creature held out for too much? Had she refused to compromise? Would there be one of those appalling legal things which our best families so often suffer? What if the victim were to cut off home? Nor was my trepidation allayed by the cryptic remark of Mrs. Judson as I passed her at her tasks in the pantry that morning. "A prince in his palace not too good. That's what I said." She shot the thing at me with a manner suspiciously near to flippancy. I sternly demanded her meaning. "I mean what I mean," she retorted, shutting her lips upon it in a definite way she has. Well enough I knew the import of her uncivil speech, but I resolved not to bandy words with her, because in my position it would be undignified, because, further, of an unfortunate effect she has upon my temper at such times. "She's being terrible careful about her associates," she presently went on, with a most irritating effect of addressing only herself. "Nothing at all but just dukes and earls and lords, day in and day out. Too often, when the woman seems to wish it, she contrives to get me in motion, as the American saying is. And it is deeply to be regretted," I replied with dignity, "that other persons must say less of themselves if put to it." Well she knew what I meant. Despite my previous clear warning, she had more than once accepted small gifts from the cattle persons, Hank and Buck, and had even been seen brazenly in public with them at a cinema palace. One of a more suspicious nature than I might have guessed that she conducted herself thus for the specific purpose of enraging me. But I am glad to say that no nature could be more free than mine from vulgar jealousy, and I spoke now from the mere wish that she should more carefully guard her reputation. As before, she exhibited a surprising meekness under this rebuke, though I uneasily wondered if there might not be guile beneath it. "Can I help it?" she asked. "If they like to show me attentions, I guess I'm a free woman." She lifted her head to observe a glass she had polished. Her eyes were curiously lighted. She had this way of embarrassing me, and invariably, moreover, she aroused all that is evil in my nature against the two cattle persons, especially the Buck one, actually on another occasion professing admiration for his wavy chestnut hair. I saw now that I could not trust myself to speak of the fellow. I took up another matter. "That baby of yours is too horribly fat," I said suddenly. I had long meant to put this to her. "It's too fat. It eats too much." To my amazement, the creature was transformed into a vixen. It? Too fat? You call my boy it, and say he's too fat? Don't you dare! What does a creature like you know of babies? Why, you wouldn't even know— But the thing was too painful. Let her angry words be forgotten. Suffice to say, she permitted herself to cry out things that might have given grave offense to one less certain of himself than I. Rather chilled, I admit I was by her frenzied outburst. I was shrewd enough to see instantly that anything in the nature of a criticism of her offspring must be led up to, rather, perhaps couched in less direct phrases than I had chosen. Fearful I was that she would burst into another torrent of rage. But to my amazement she all at once smiled. "What a fool I am!" She exclaimed, "Kidding me, were you? Trying to make me mad about the baby? Well, I'll give you good. You did it. Yes, sir, I never would have thought you had a kidding streak in you, old glum-face." "Little you know me," I retorted, and quickly withdrew, for I was then more embarrassed than ever. And besides, there were other and graver matters forward to depress and occupy me. In my fitful sleep of the night before, I had dreamed vividly that I saw the Honourable George being dragged, shackled, to the altar. I trust I am not superstitious, but the vision had remained with me in all its tormenting detail. A veiled woman had grimly awaited him as he struggled with his uniformed captors. I mean to say, he was being hustled along by 2 constables. That day, let me now put down, was to be the day of the most fearful shocks that a man of rather sensitive nervous organism has ever been called upon to endure. There are now lines in my face that I make no doubt showed then for the first time. And it was a day that dragged interminably, so that I became fair off my head with the suspense of it, feeling that at any moment the worst might happen. For hours I saw no one with whom I could consult. Once I was almost moved to call up Belknap Jackson, so intolerable was the menacing uncertainty. But this, I knew, bordered on hysteria, and I restrained the impulse with an iron will. But I wretchedly longed for a sight of Cousin Egbert, or the mixer, or even of the Honourable George, someone to assure me that my horrid dream of the night before had been a baseless fabric, as the saying is. The very absence of these people and of his lordship was in itself ominous. Nervously I kept to a post at one of my windows, where I could survey the street, and here, at midday, I sustained my first shock. Terrific it was. His lordship had emerged from the chemist's across the street. He paused a moment, as if to recall his next mission, then walked briskly off. And this is what I had been stupefied to note. He was clean-shaven. The Brinstead side whiskers were gone, whiskers that had been worn in precisely that fashion by a tremendous line of the Earls of Brinstead, and the 10th of his line had abandoned them. As well, I thought, could he have defaced the Brinstead arms. It was plain as a pillar box indeed. The woman had our family at her mercy, and she would show no mercy. My heart sank as I pictured the Honourable George in her toils. My dream had been prophetic. Then I reflected that this very circumstance of his lord's having pandered to her lawless whim about his beard would go to show he had not yet given up the fight. If the thing were hopeless, I knew he would have seen her dashed before he would have relinquished it. There plainly was still hope for poor George. Indeed, his lordship might well have planned some splendid coup. This defacement would be a part of his strategy, suffered in anguish for his ultimate triumph. Quite cheered I became at the thought. I still scanned the street crowd for someone who could acquaint me with developments I must have missed. But then a moment later came the call by telephone of Belknap Jackson. I answered it, though with little hope than to hear more of his unending complaints about his lordship's negligence. Startled instantly I was, however, for his voice was stranger than I had known it, even in moments of his acutest distress. Hoarse it was, and his words alarming, but hardly intelligible. "Heard! My God! Heard! My God!
Marriage! Cad!" But here he broke off into the most appalling laughter, the blood-curdling laughter of a chained patient in a madhouse. Hardly could I endure it, and grateful I was when I heard the line close. Even when he attempted vocables, he had sounded quite like an inferior record on a phonographic machine. But I had heard enough to leave me aghast. Beyond doubt, now the very worst had come upon our family. His lordship's tremendous sacrifice would have been all in vain. Marriage! The Honourable George was done for. Better had it been the typing girl, I bitterly reflected. Her father had at least been a curate. Thankful enough I now was for the luncheon-hour rush. I could distract myself from the appalling disaster. That day I took rather more than my accustomed charge of the serving. I chatted with our business chaps, recommending the joint in the highest terms, drawing corks, seeing that the relish was abundantly stocked at every table. I was striving to forget. Mrs. Judson alone persisted in reminding me of the impending scandal. "A prince in his palace," she would maliciously murmur as I encountered her. I think she must have observed that I was bitter, for she at last spoke quite amiably of our morning's dust-up. "You certainly got my goat," she said in the quaint American fashion, "telling me little No-No was too fat. You had me going there for a minute, thinking you meant it." The creature's name was Albert, yet she persisted in calling it No-No, because the child itself would thus falsely declare its name upon being questioned, having in some strange manner gained this impression. It was another matter I meant to bring to her attention, but at this crisis I had no heart for it. My crowd left. I was again alone to muse bitterly upon our plight. Still I scanned the street, hoping for a sight of Cousin Egbert, who I fancied would be informed as to the wretched details. Instead, now I saw the Honourable George. He walked on the opposite side of the thoroughfare, his manner of dejection, precisely what I should have expected. Followed closely as usual he was by the Judson cur. A spirit of desperate mockery seized me. I called to Mrs. Judson, who was gathering glasses from a table. I indicated the pair. "Mr. Barker," I said, "is dogging his footsteps." I mean to say, I uttered the words in the most solemn manner. Little the woman knew that one may often be moved in the most distressing moments to a jest of this sort. She laughed heartily, being of quick discernment, and thus jauntily did I carry my knowledge of the lowering cloud. But I permitted myself no further sallies of that sort. I stayed expectantly by the window, and I dare say my bearing would have deceived the most alert. I was steadily calm. The situation called precisely for that. The hours sped darkly, and my fears mounted. In sheer desperation, at length, I had myself put through to Belknap Jackson. To my astonishment, he seemed quite revived, though in a state of feverish gaiety. He fair bubbled. "Just leaving this moment with his lordship to gather up some friends. We meet at your place. Yes, all the uncertainty is past. Better set up that largest table. Rather a celebration." Almost more confusing it was than his former message, which had been confined to calls upon his maker and to maniac laughter. Was he, I wondered, merely making the best of it? Had he resolved to be a dead sportsman? A few moments later he discharged his lordship at my door and drove rapidly on. Only a question of time it is when he will be had heavily for damages due to his reckless driving. His lordship bustled in with a cheerfulness that staggered me. He, too, was gay, almost debonair. A gardenia was in his lapel. He was vogue to the last detail.
in a form-fitting grey morning suit that had all the style essentials. Almost it seemed as if 3 valets had been needed to groom him. He briskly rubbed his hands. "Biggest table. People. Tea. That sort of thing. Have a go of champagne, too. What? Beard off. Much younger appearing. Of course. Trust women, these matters. Tea, cake, toast, crumpets, marmalade, things like that. Plenty champagne. Not happen every day. Ha ha." To my acute distress, he here thumbed me in the ribs and laughed again. Was he, too, I wondered, madly resolved to be a dead sportsman in the face of the unavoidable? I sought to edge in a discreet word of condolence, for I knew that between us there need be no pretence. "I know you did your best, sir," I observed, and I was never quite free of a fear that the woman would prove too many for us. I trust the Honourable George. But I had said as much as he would let me. He interrupted me with his thumb again, and on his face was what, in a lesser person, I should unhesitatingly have called a leer. "You dog, you! Woman proved too many for us! What? Dare say you knew what to expect. Silly old George, though how she could ever have fancied the juggins." I was about to remark that the creature had of course played her game from entirely sordid motives, and I should doubtless have ventured to applaud the game spirit in which he was taking the blow. But before I could shape my phrases on this delicate ground, Mrs. Effie, the senator, and Cousin Egbert arrived. They somewhat formally had the air of being expected. All of them rushed upon his lordship with an excessive manner. Apparently they were all to be dead sportsmen together. And then Mrs. Effie called me aside. "You can do me a favour," she began, "about the wedding breakfast and reception. Dear Kate's place is so small, it wouldn't do. There will be a crush, of course. I've had the loveliest idea for it. Our own house. You know how delighted we'd be. The Earl has been so charming, and everything has turned out so splendidly. Oh, I'd love to do them this little part in kindness. Use your influence like a good fellow, won't you, when the thing is suggested?" "Only too gladly," I responded, sick at heart, and she returned to the group. Well I knew her motive. She was by way of getting even with the Belknap-Jacksons. As Cousin Egbert, in his American fashion, would put it, she was trying to pass them a bison. But I was willing enough she should house the dreadful affair. The more private, the better, thought I. A moment later, Belknap-Jackson's car appeared at my door, now discharging the Klondike woman, effusively escorted by the mixer and by Mrs. Belknap-Jackson. The latter, at least, I had thought, would show more principle. But she had buckled atrociously, quite as had her husband, who had quickly, almost merrily, followed them. There was increased gaiety as they seated themselves about the large table, a silly noise of pretended felicitation over a calamity that not even the 10th Earl of Grinstead had been able to avert. And then Belknap-Jackson beckoned me aside.
"I want your help, old chap, in case it's needed," he began.
"The wedding breakfast and reception?" I said, quite cynically.
"You thought of it. Good. Her own place is far too small. Crowd, of course. And it's rather proper at our place, too, his lordship having been our house guest, you see. Use what influence you have. The affair will be rather widely commented on. Even the New York papers, I dare say."
"Count upon me," I answered blandly, even as I had promised Mrs. Effie. Disgusted I was. Let them maul each other about over the wretched honour. They could all be dead sports if they chose. But I was now firmly resolved that for myself I should make not a bit of pretence. The creature might trick poor George into a marriage, but I, for one, would not affect to regard it as other than a blight upon our house. I was just on the point of hoping that the victim himself might have cut off to unknown parts, when I saw him enter. By the other members of the party he was hailed with cries of delight, though his own air was finely honest, being dejected in the extreme. He was dressed as regrettably as usual, this time in parts of 2 lounge suits. As he joined those at the table, I constrained myself to serve the champagne. Senator Flood arose with a brimming glass. "My friends," he began in his public-speaking manner, "let us remember that Redgap's loss is England's gain to the future Countess of Brinstead." To my astonishment, this appalling breach of good taste was received with the loudest applause, nor was his lordship the least clamorous of them. I mean to say, the chap had as good as wished that his lordship would directly pop off. It was beyond me. I walked to the farthest window and stood a long time gazing pensively out. I wished to be away from that false show. But they noticed my absence at length, and called to me. Monstrously, I was desired to drink to the happiness of the groom. I thought they were pressing me too far, but as they quite gabbled now with their tea and things, I hoped to pass it off. The senator, however, seemed to fasten me with his eye as he proposed the toast. "To the happy man!" I drank perforce. "A body would think Bill was drinking to the judge," remarked Cousin Egbert in a high voice. "Eh?" I said, startled to this outburst by his strange words. "Good old George!" exclaimed his lordship. "Owe it all to the old juggins, what?" The Klondike person spoke. I heard her voice as a bell pealing through breakers at sea. I mean to say, I was now fair dazed. "Not to old George," said she, "to old Ruggles." "To old Ruggles!" promptly cried the senator, and they drank. Muddled indeed I was. Again in my eventful career I felt myself tremble. I knew not what I should say. Any savoir-faire being quite gone, I had received a crumpler of some sort. But what sort? My sleeve was touched. I turned blindly as in a nightmare. The Hobbs cub, who was my vestiare, was handing me our evening paper. I took it from him, staring until my knees grew weak. Across the page, in clarion type, rang the unbelievable words, "British peer wins American bride. His lordship, 10th Earl of Brinstead, to wed one of Redgap's fairest daughters." My hands so shook that in quick subterfuge I dropped the sheet, then stooped for it, trusting to control myself before I again raised my face. Mercifully, the others were diverted by the journal. It was seized from me, passed from hand to hand, the incredible words read aloud by each in turn. They jested of it.
"Amazing chaps, your pressmen."
Thus the 10th Earl of Brinstead, while I pinched myself viciously to bring back my lost aplomb.
"Speedy beggars, what? Never knew it myself till last night. She would, and she wouldn't."
"I think you knew," said the lady. Stricken as I was, I noted that she eyed him rather strangely, quite as if she felt some decent respect for him. "Marriage is serious," boomed the mixer.
"Don't blame her. Swear I don't,"
returned his lordship.
"Few days to think it over. Quite right, quite right. Got to know their own minds, my word."
While their attention was thus mercifully diverted from me, my own world, by painful degrees, resumed its stability. I mean to say, I am not the fainting sort, but if I were, then I should have keeled over at my first sight of that journal. But now I merely recovered my glass of champagne and drained it. Rather pigged it a bit, I fancy. Badly needing a stimulant I was, to be sure. They now discussed details, the ceremony, that sort of thing.
"Before a registrar, quickest way,"
said his lordship.
"Nonsense! Church, of course," rumbled the mixer very arbitrarily. "Quite so, then," assented his lordship. "Get me the rector of the parish, a vicar, a curate, something of that sort."
"Then the breakfast and reception," suggested Mrs. Effie with a meaning glance at me before she turned to the lady. "Of course, dearest, your own tiny nest would never hold your host of friends." "I've never noticed," said the other quickly. "It always seemed big enough," she added in pensive tones and with downcast eyes.
"Oh, not large enough by half,"
put in Belknap Jackson.
"Most charming little home nook, but worlds too small for all your well-wishers."
With a glance at me, he narrowed his eyes in friendly calculation.
"I'm somewhat puzzled myself. Suppose we see what the capable Ruggles has to suggest."
"Let Ruggles suggest something, by all means," cried Mrs. Effie. I mean to say, they both quite thought they knew what I would suggest. But it was nothing of the sort. The situation had entirely changed. Quite another sort of thing it was. Quickly I resolved to fling them both aside. I, too, would be a dead sportsman. "I was about to suggest," I remarked, "that my place here is the only one at all suitable for the breakfast and reception. I can promise that the affair will go off smartly." The two had looked up with such radiant expectation at my opening words, and were so plainly in a state at my conclusion, that I dare say the future Countess of Brinstead at once knew what. She flashed them a look, then eyed me with quick understanding. "Great!" she exclaimed in a hearty American manner. "Then that's settled," she continued briskly, as both Belknap Jackson and Mrs. Effie would have interposed. "Ruggles shall do everything. Take it off our shoulders. Ices, flowers, invitations."
"The invitation list will need great care, of course,"
remarked Belknap Jackson with a quite savage glance at me. "But you just called him the capable Ruggles," insisted the fiancé. "We shall leave it all to him. How many will you ask, Ruggles?" Her eyes flicked from mine to Belknap Jackson. "Quite almost everyone," I answered firmly. "Fine," she said.
"Ripping,"
said his lordship.
"His lordship will of course wish a best man,"
suggested Belknap Jackson.
"I should be only too glad."
"You're going to suggest Ruggles again," cried the lady. "Just the man for it. You're quite right. Why, we owe it all to Ruggles, don't we?" She here beamed upon his lordship. Belknap Jackson wore an expression of the keenest disrelish.
"Of course, replied his lordship. "Dashed good man, Ruggles. Owe it all to him. What?"
I fancy in the cordial excitement of the moment he was quite sincere. As to her ladyship, I am to this day unable to still a faint suspicion that she was having me on. True, she owed it all to me, but I hadn't a bit meant it, and well she knew it. Subtle she was, I dare say, but bore me no malice, though she was not above setting Belknap Jackson back a pace or two each time he moved up. A final toast was drunk, and my guests drifted out, Belknap Jackson again glared savagely at me as he went, but Mrs. Effie rather outglared him. Even I should hardly have cared to face her at that moment. And I was still in a high state of muddle. It was all beyond me. Had his lordship, I wondered, too seriously taken my careless words about American equality? Of course I had meant them to apply only to those stopping on in the States. Cousin Egbert lingered to the last, rather with a troubled air of wishing to consult me. When I at length came up with him, he held the journal before me, indicating lines in the article. "Relict of an Alaskan capitalist, now for some years one of Redgap's social favorites. Read that there," he commanded grimly. Then, with a terrific earnestness I had never before remarked in him, "Say, listen here. I better go round right off and mix it up with that fresh guy. What's he hinting around at by that there word relict? Why, say, she was married to him." I hastily corrected his preposterous interpretation of the word, much to his relief. I was still in my precious state of muddle. Mrs. Judson took occasion to flounce by me in her work of clearing the table. "A prince in his palace," she taunted. I laughed in a lofty manner. "Why, you poor thing, I've known it all for some days," I said. "Well, I must say you're the deep one, if you did, never letting on." She was unable to repress a glance of admiration at me as she moved off. I stood where she had left me, meditating profoundly. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. 2 days later, at high noon, was solemnized the marriage of his lordship to the woman who, without a bit meaning it, I had so curiously caused to enter his life. The day was for myself so crowded with emotions that it returns in rather a jumble, patches of incidents, little floating clouds of memory, some meaningless, and one at least to be significant to my last day. The ceremony was had in our most nearly smart church. It was only a Methodist church, but I took pains to assure myself that a ceremony performed by its curate would be legal. I still seem to hear the organ strains of "The Voice That Breathed Through Eden" as we neared the altar. Also the mixer's rumbling whisper about a lost handkerchief, which she apparently found herself needing at that moment. The responses of bride and groom were unhesitating, even firm. Her ladyship, I thought, had never appeared to better advantage than in the pearl-tinted, lustreless going-away gown she had chosen. As always, she had finely known what to put on her head. Senator Floud, despite Belknap Jackson's suggestion of himself for the office, had been selected to give away the bride, as the saying is. He performed his function with dignity, though I recall being seized with horror when the moment came. Almost certain I am he restrained himself with difficulty from making a sort of a speech. The church was thronged. I had seen to that. I had told her ladyship that I should ask quite almost everyone, and this I had done, squarely in the face of Belknap Jackson's pleading that discretion be used. For a great white light, as one might say, had now suffused me. I had seen that the moment was come when the warring factions of Redgap should be reunited. A Bismarck I felt myself, indeed. That I acted ably
was later to be seen. Even for the wedding breakfast, which occurred directly after the ceremony, I had shown myself a dictator in the matter of guests. Covers were laid in my room for 70, and among these were included not only the members of the North Side set and the entire Bohemian set, but many worthy persons, not hitherto socially existent, yet who had been friends or well-wishers of the bride. I am persuaded to confess that in a few of these instances I was not above a snarky little wish to correct the social horizon of Belknap Jackson, to make it more broadly accord, as I may say, with the spirit of American equality, for which their forefathers bled and died on the battlefields of Boston, New York, and Vicksburg. Not the least of my reward, then, was to see his eyebrows more than once eloquently raise, as when the cattle persons, Hank and Buck, appeared in suits of decent black, or when the driver chap, Pierce, entered, with his quite obscure mother on his arm, or a few other cattle and horse persons with whom the Honourable George had palled up during his process of going in for America. This laxity I felt that the Earl of Brinstead and his bride could amply afford, while for myself I had soundly determined that Redgap should henceforth be without sets. I mean to say, having frankly taken up America, I was at last resolved to do it wholeheartedly. If I could not take up the whole of it, I would not take up a part. Quite instinctively I had chosen the slogan of our Chamber of Commerce, "Don't knock, boost, and boost altogether." Rudely worded though it is, I had seen it to be sound in spirit. These thoughts ran in my mind during the small repast that now followed. Insidiously I wrought among the guests to amalgamate into one friendly whole certain elements that had hitherto been hostile. The Bohemian set was not segregated. Almost my first inspiration had been to scatter its members widely among the conservative pillars of the North Side set. Left in one group, I had known they would plume themselves quite intolerably over the signal triumph of their leader, perhaps, in the American speech, start something. Widely scattered, they became mere parts of the whole I was seeking to achieve. The banquet progressed gaily to its finish. Toasts were drunk no end, all of them proposed by Senator Flood, who, toward the last, kept almost constantly on his feet. From the bride and groom he expanded geographically through Red Gap, the Coulonge Valley, the state of Washington, and the United States, to the British Empire, not omitting the Honourable George, who, I noticed, called for the relish and consumed quite almost an entire bottle during the meal. Also, I was proposed, "through whose lifelong friendship for the illustrious groom this meeting of hearts and hands has been so happily brought about." Her ladyship's eyes rested briefly upon mine as her lips touched the glass to this. They conveyed the unspeakable. Rather a fool I felt, and unable to look away until she released me. She had been wondrously quiet through it all, not dazed in the least, as might have been looked for in one of her lowly station, thus prodigiously elevated, and not feverishly gay, as might also have been anticipated. Simple and quiet she was, showing a complete but perfectly controlled awareness of her position. For the first time then, I think, I did envision her as the Countess of Brinstead. She was going to carry it off, perhaps quite as well as even I could have wished his lordship's chosen mate to do. I observed her look at his lordship with those strange lights in her eyes, as if only half realizing, yet wholly believing all that he believed. And once, at the height of the gaiety, I saw her reach out to touch his sleeve, furtively, swiftly, and so gently he never knew. It occurred to me there were things about the woman we had taken too little trouble to know. I wondered what old memories might be coming to her now, what staring faces might obtrude, what old, far-off, perhaps hated, voices might be sounding to her, what of remembered hurts and heartaches might newly echo back to make her flinch and wonder if she dreamed. She touched the sleeve again, as it might have been in protection from them. Her eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed. It queerly occurred to me that his lordship might find her as difficult to know as we had, and yet would keep always trying, more than we had, to be sure. I mean to say, she was no gabbler. The responses to the senator's toasts increased in volume. His final flight, I recall, involved terms like "our blood cousins of the British Isles," and introduced a figure of speech about "hands across the sea," which I thought striking indeed. The applause aroused by this was noisy in the extreme. A number of the cattle and horse persons, including the redskin Tuttle, emitting a shrill, concerted yipping, which, though it would never have done with us, seemed somehow not out of place in North America, although I observed Belknap Jackson to make gestures of extreme repugnance while it lasted. There ensued a rather flurried wishing of happiness to the pair. A novel sight it was. The most austere matrons of the North Side set vying for places in the line that led past them. I found myself trying to analyze the inner emotions of some of them I best knew, as they fondly greeted the now radiant Countess of Brinstead. But that way madness lay, as Shakespeare has so aptly said of another matter. I recalled, though, the low-toned comment of Cousin Egbert, who stood near me. "Don't them dames stand the gaff noble?" It was quite true. They were heroic. I recalled then his other quaint prophecy that her ladyship would hand them a bottle of lemonade. As is curiously usual with this simple soul, he had gone to the heart of the matter. The throng dwindled to the more intimate friends. Among those who lingered were the Belknap Jacksons and Mrs. Effie. Quite solicitous they were for the dear Countess, as they rather defiantly called her to one another. Belknap Jackson casually mentioned in my hearing that he had been asked to Cheynes Wotton for the shooting. Mrs. Effie, who also heard, swiftly remarked that she would doubtless run over in the spring. The dear Earl was so insistent. They rather glared at each other, but in truth his lordship had insisted that quite almost everyone should come and stop on with him.
Of course, what? Jolly party, no end of fun, weekend, that sort of thing. No, she'll like her old friends best. Wouldn't be keen for the creature if she'd not. Have 'em all. Capital, by Jove.
To be sure, it was a manner of speaking, born of the expansive good feeling of the moment. Yet I believe Cousin Egbert was the only invited one to decline. He did so with evident distress at having to refuse.
"I like your little woman a whole lot," he observed to his lordship, "but Europe is too kind of uncomfortable for me. Keeps me upset all the time, what with all the foreigners and one thing and another. But listen here, Cap, you pack the little woman back once in a while, just to give us a flash at her. We'll give you both a good time." "What ho!" returned his lordship. "Of course. Fancy we'd like it vastly. What?
Yes, sir, I fancy you would too. And rather startlingly, Cousin Egbert seized her ladyship and kissed her heartily, whereupon her ladyship kissed the fellow in return. Yes, sir, I dare say, I fancy you would, he called back a bit nervously as he left. Belknap Jackson drove the party to the station, feeling, I am sure, that he scored over Mrs. Effie, though he was obliged to include the mixer, from whom her ladyship bluntly refused to be separated. I inferred that she must have found the time and seclusion in which to weep a bit on the mixer's shoulder. The waist of the latter's purple satin gown was quite spotty at the height of her ladyship's eyes. Belknap Jackson on this occasion drove his car with the greatest solicitude, proceeding more slowly than I had ever known him to do. As I attended to certain luggage details at the station, he was regretting to his lordship that they had not had a longer time at the country club the day it was exhibited.
"Look a bit after silly old George,"
said his lordship to me at parting.
"Chap's dotty, I dare say. Talking about a plantation of apple trees now, for his old age, that sort of thing. Be something new in a fortnight, though. Like him, of course.
Her ladyship closed upon my hand with a remarkable vigour of grip. "We owe it all to you," she said, again with dancing eyes. Then her eyes steadied queerly. "Maybe you won't be sorry."
"No, I shan't."
I fancy I rather growled it, stupidly feeling I was not rising to the occasion. "Knew his lordship wouldn't rest till he had you where he wanted you. Glad he's got you." And curiously, I felt a bit of a glad little squeeze in my throat for her. I groped for something light, something American. "You are some countess," I at last added in a silly way.
What?
said his lordship. But I had caught her eyes. They brimmed with understanding. With the going of that train, all life seemed to go. I mean to say, things all at once became flat. I turned to the dull station. "Give you a lift, old chap?" said Belknap Jackson. Again he was cordial. So firmly had I kept the reins of the whole affair in my grasp. Such prestige he knew it would give me. He dared not broach his grievance. Some half-remembered American phrase of Cousin Egbert's ran in my mind. I had put a buffalo on him. "Thank you," I said. "I'm needing a bit of a stretch and a breeze out." I wished to walk that I might the better meditate. With Belknap Jackson one does not sufficiently meditate. A block up from the station I was struck by the sight of the Honourable George. Plodding solitary down that low street he was, heeled as usual by the Judson cur. He came to the Spilmer public-house, and for a moment stared up, quite still, at the "Lost Chance" on its chaffing signboard. Then he wheeled abruptly and entered. I was moved to follow him, but I knew it would never do. He would row me about the service of the grill, something of that sort. I dare say he had fancied her ladyship as keenly as one of his volatile nature might, but I knew him. Back on our street the festival atmosphere still lingered. Groups of recent guests paused to discuss the astounding event. The afternoon paper was being scanned by many of them. An account of the wedding was its feature, as they say. I had no heart for that, but on the second page my eye caught a minor item. "A special meeting of the Ladies' Onward and Upwards Club is called for tomorrow afternoon at 2 sharp at the residence of Mrs. Dr. Percy Haley Martingale for the transaction of important business." One could fancy, I thought, what the meeting would discuss.
Nor was I wrong, for I may here state that the evening paper of the following day disclosed that her ladyship the Countess of Brinstead had unanimously been elected to a life honorary membership in the club. Back in the grill, I found the work of clearing the tables well advanced, and very soon its before-dinner aspect of calm waiting was restored. Surveying it, I reflected that one might well wonder if aught momentous had indeed so lately occurred here. A motley day it had been. I passed into the linen and glass pantry. Mrs. Judson, polishing my glassware, burst into tears at my approach, frankly stanching them with her towel. I saw it to be a mere overflow of the meaningless emotion that women stock so abundantly on the occasion of a wedding. She is an almost intensely feminine person, as can be seen at once by anyone who understands women. In a goods box in the passage beyond, I noted her nipper fast asleep, a mammoth beef rib clasped to its fat chest. I debated putting this abuse to her once more, but feared the moment was not propitious. She dried her eyes and smiled again. "A prince in his palace," she murmured inanely. She thought first he was going to be as funny as the other one. Then she found he wasn't. I liked him too. I didn't blame her a bit. He's one of that kind. His bark's worse than his bite. And to think you knew all the time what was coming off. My, but you're the Mr. Deep One. I saw no reason to stultify myself by denying this. I mean to say, if she thought it, let her. "The last thing yesterday, she gave me this dress." I had already noted the very becoming dull blue house-gown she wore. Quite with an air she carried it. To be sure, it was not suitable to her duties. The excitements of the day, I suppose, had rendered me a bit sterner than is my wont, perhaps a little authoritative. "A handsome gown," I replied icily, "but one would hardly choose it for the work you are performing." "Rubbish," she retorted plainly. "I wanted to look nice. I had to go in there lots of times, and I wanted to be dressed for tonight." "Why tonight, may I ask?" I was all at once uncomfortably curious. "Why, the boys are coming for me. They're going to take Nono home. Then we're all going to the movies. They've got a new bill at the Bijou, and Buck Edwards especially wants me to see it. One of the cowboys in it that does some star riding looks just like Buck. Wavy chestnut hair. Buck himself is one of the best riders in the whole Coulange." The woman seemed to have some fiendish power to enrage me. As she prattled thus, her eyes demurely on the glass she dried, I felt a deep flush mantle my brow. She could never have dreamed that she had this malign power, but she was now at least to suspect it. "Your Mr. Edwards," I began, calmly enough, "may be like the cinema actor. The two may be as like each other as makes no difference, but you are not going." I was aware that the latter phrase was heated, where I had merely meant it to be impressive. Dignified firmness had been the line I intended, but my rage was mounting. She stared at me. Astonished beyond words she was, if I can read human expressions. "I am," she snapped at last. "You are not," I repeated, stepping a bit toward her. I was conscious of a bit of the rowdy in my manner, but I seemed powerless to prevent it. All my culture was again but the flimsiest veneer. "I am too," she again said, though plainly dismayed. "No!" I quite thundered it, I dare say. "No, no, no, no!" The nipper cried out from his box.
Not until later did it occur to me that he had considered himself to be addressed in angry tones. "No, no!" I thundered again. I couldn't help myself, though silly rot I call it now. And then, to my horror, the mother herself began to weep. "I will," she sobbed. "I will, I will, I will." "No, no," I insisted, and I found myself seizing her shoulders, not knowing if I mightn't shake her smartly, so drawn out had the woman got me, and still I kept shouting my senseless "No, no," at which the nipper was now yelling. She struggled her best as I clutched her, but I seemed to have the strength of a dozen men. The woman was nothing in my grasp, and my arms were taking their blind rage out on her. Secure I held her, and presently she no longer struggled, and I was curiously no longer angry, but found myself soothing her in many strange ways. I mean to say, the passage between us had fallen to be of the very shockingly most sentimental character. "You are so masterful," she panted. "I'll have my own way," I threatened. "I've told you often enough." "Oh, you're so domineering," she murmured. "I dare say I am a bit that way." "I'll show you who's to be master." "But I never dreamed you meant this," she answered. True, I had most brutally taken her by surprise. I could easily see how, expecting nothing of the faintest sort, she had been rudely shocked. "I meant it all along," I said firmly, "from the very first moment." And now again she spoke in almost awed tones of my deepness. I have never believed in that excessive intuition which is so widely boasted for woman. "I never dreamed of it," she said again, and added, "Mrs. Kenner and I were talking about this dress only last night, and I said I never dreamed of such a thing." She broke off with sudden inconsequence, as women will. We had now to quiet the nipper in his box. I saw even then that, domineering though I may be, I should probably never care to bring the child's condition to her notice again. There was something about her, something volcanic in her femininity. I knew it would never do. Better let the thing continue to be a monstrosity. I might, unnoticed of course, snatch a bun from its grasp now and then. Our evening rush came and went, quite as if nothing had happened. I may have been rather absent, reflecting pensively. I mean to say, I had at times considered this alliance as a dawning possibility, but never had I meant to be sudden. Only for the woman's remarkably stubborn obtuseness, I dare say the understanding might have been deferred to a more suitable moment, and arranged in a calm and orderly manner. But the die was cast. Like his lordship, I had chosen an American bride, taken her by storm, and carried her off her feet before she knew it. We English are often that way. At 10 o'clock we closed the grill upon a day that had been historic in the truest sense of the word. I shouldered the sleeping nipper. He still passionately clutched the beef rib, and for some reason I felt averse to depriving him of it, even though it would mean a spotty top-coat. Strangely enough, we talked but little in our walk. It seemed rather too tremendous to talk of. When I gave the child into her arms at the door, it had become half awake. "Ruggles," it muttered sleepily. "Ruggles," echoed the mother, and again
very softly in the still night, "Ruggles, Ruggles," that in the few months since that rather agreeable night I have acquired the title of Redgap's social dictator cannot be denied. More than one person of discernment may now be heard to speak of my reign, though this, of course, is coming it a bit thick. The removal by his lordship of one who, despite her sterling qualities, had been a source of discord, left the social elements of the town in a state of the wildest disorganization, and having for myself acquired a remarkable prestige from my intimate association with the affair, I promptly seized the reins and drew the scattered forces together. First, at an early day, I sought an interview with Belknap Jackson and Mrs. Effie, and told them straight precisely why I had played them both false in the matter of the wedding breakfast. With the honor granted to either of them, I explained, I had foreseen another era of cliques, divisions, and acrimony. Therefore I had done the thing myself, as a measure of peace. Flatly then I declared my intention of reconciling all those formerly opposed elements, and of creating a society in Redgap that would be a social union in the finest sense of the word. I said that contact with their curious American life had taught me that their equality should be more than a name, and that, especially in the younger settlements, a certain relaxation from the rigid requirements of an older order is not only unavoidable but vastly to be desired. I meant to say, if we were going to be Americans, it was silly rot trying to be English at the same time. I pointed out that their former social leaders had ever been inspired by the idea of exclusion. The soul of their leadership had been to cast others out, and that the campaign I planned was to be one of inclusion, even to the extent of bohemians and well-behaved cattle persons, which I believed to be in the finest harmony with their North American theory of human association. It might be thought a naive theory, I said, but so long as they had chosen it, I should staunchly abide by it. I added what I dare say they did not believe, that the position of leader was not one I should cherish for any other reason than the public good, that when one better fitted might appear, they would find me the first to rejoice. I need not say that I was interrupted frequently and acridly during this harangue, but I had given them both a buffalo, and well they knew it, and I worked swiftly from that moment. I gave the following week the first of a series of subscription balls in the dancing hall above the grill, and both Mrs. Belknap Jackson and Mrs. Effie early enrolled themselves as patronesses, even after I made it plain that I alone should name the guests. The success of the affair was all I could have wished. Redgap had become a social unit, nor was appreciation for my leadership wanting. There will be malcontents, I foresee, and from the informed inner circles I learn that I have already been slightingly spoken of as a foreigner wielding a scepter over native-born Americans. But I have the support of quite all who really matter, and I am confident these rebellions may be put down by tact alone. It is too well understood by those who know me that I have equality for my watchword. I mean to say, at the next ball of the series I may even see that the fellow Hobbs has a card, if I can become assured that he has quite freed himself from certain debasing class ideals of his native country. This, to be sure, is an extreme case, because the fellow is that type of our serving class to whom equality is unthinkable. They must, from their centuries of servility, look either up or down, and I scarce know in which attitude they are more offensive to our American point of view. Still, I mean to be broad. Even Hobbes shall have his chance with us. It is late June. Mrs. Ruggles and I are comfortably installed in her enlarged and repaired house. We have a fowl run on a stretch of her freehold, and the kitchen garden thrives under the care of the Japanese agricultural laborer I have employed. Already I have discharged more than half my debt to Cousin Egbert, who exclaims, "Oh, shucks!" each time I make him a payment. He and the Honourable George remain pally no end, and spend much of their abundant leisure at Cousin Egbert's modest country house. At times when they are in town, they rather consort with street persons, but such is the breadth of our social scheme that I shall never exclude them from our gaieties, though it is true that more often than not they decline to be present. Mrs. Ruggles, I may say, is a lady of quite amazing capacities, combined, strangely, with the commonest feminine weaknesses. She has acute business judgment at most times, yet would fly at me in a rage if I were to say what I think of the nipper's appalling grossness. Quite naturally, I do not push my unquestioned mastery to this extreme. There are other matters in which I amusedly let her have her way, though she fondly reminds me almost daily of my brutal self-will. On one point I have just been obliged to assert this. She came running to me with a suggestion for economizing in the manufacture of the relish. She had devised a cheaper formula, but I was firm. So long as the inventor's face is on that flask, I said, its contents shall not be debased a twopence. My name and face will guarantee its purity. She gave in nicely, merely declaring that I needn't growl like one of their bears with a painful foot. At my carefully mild suggestion, she has just brought the nipper in from where he was cattying the young fowls, much to their detriment. But she is now heaping compote upon a slice of thickly buttered bread for him, glancing meanwhile at our evening newspaper. "Ruggles always has his awful own way, doesn't-ums?" she remarks to the nipper. Deeply ignoring this, I resume my elocutionary studies of the Declaration of Independence, for I should say that a signal honour of a municipal character has just been done me. A committee of the Chamber of Commerce has invited me to participate in their exercises on an early day in July, the 4th, I fancy, when they celebrate the issuance of this famous document. I have been asked to read it, preceding a patriotic address to be made by Senator Flood. I accepted with the utmost pleasure, and now, on my vine-sheltered porch, have been trying it out for the proper voice effects. Its substance, I need not say, is already familiar to me. The nipper is horribly gulping at its food. Jam smears quite all about its countenance. Mrs. Ruggles glances over her journal. "How would you like it," she suddenly demands, "if I went around town like these English women, burning churches and houses of Parliament and cutting up fine oil paintings? How would that suit your grouchy highness?" "This is not England," I answer shortly. "That sort of thing would never do with us." "My, but isn't he the fierce old Ruggles?" she cries in affected alarm to the now half-suffocated nipper. Once more I take up the Declaration of Independence. It lends itself rather well to reciting. I feel that my voice is going to carry. The end. End of Chapter 20. End of Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson. Recording by Carol Pelster.